Yeah, for all who have it now, you be able to see my screen. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of diversity. A lot of people are starting in with their journey. So this session is all about that. Actually, this session is about starting from the ground level up and making an understanding to the architecture level. And for a technical professional, it is going to speak about what are the essentials of the cloud. Yeah. So with that, I think now we have close to 200. So consider now we are going to get started. So thank you all of you for joining today's session. I'm very really excited about this session because I am running it after like a month. So this is one of my favorite course, and my name is Pravesh. If I have not introduced before, I am with AWS for probably around 6 months now, and before AWS. As a partner trainer, I was working with SAP for amazing 6 years, and therein I was working very closely with our. When I say now our, I mean by that SAP's partner, which was exactly the similar partner I used to have, but yeah, on a different fronts like Wipro, Deloitte, and many other partners. So. So yeah, it's been amazing time learning SAP on AWS, working on SAP on AWS with SAP, and now very specifically with AWS well. So during my stint, I I explored this platform, and amazingly, I pursued further for cloud practitioner and solution architect certification, and yeah, I'm certified in that both of streams. So if in case you are looking forward for any of them, feel free to put your questions by the end of today's session, so I will help you with that. So we'll try, speaking of this, I will try to monitor chat in real time. However, most of answers will be delivered to you by my colleague, so I might also miss some of the questions. Okay, so housekeeping session is not being recorded, which was earlier. I don't know how, but yeah, I just stopped it. We cannot do this. So, and next part is presentation will be provided to all of you after this session. So, guys, give me some time for you to send across the presentation. So, like, probably I'll do it late evening, yeah, because before that I have to mark all of you attended, and having a larger audience, it does take some time. Okay, and next one is do not miss to ask questions in the question chat tab. You're already leveraging this platform, so keep on doing that. Lines are muted to avoid any background noise. Yeah. So, and next one is important one for all of you, and even for me as well. This is applicable. If in case I lose voice during the session, I switch between computer audio and no audio, and really pretty much this helps sometime to fix the issue. And because as you know, it is voice over internet, so reconnecting is sometimes a good option. So just try to do that. Else, try to refresh uh, browser if you are using web, or rejoining it would help you. Where are we today? And I will do that using a pen, and this will be my magic wand for the whole day, and I will be scribbling very badly. So, but I will surely let you know what exactly I'm talking about. So this is where we are. We are beginning, as a lot of you answered as well. You are starting with your journey as well. So this is the first part, and then there on you can move on with the other sessions which we conduct, as well as this is the one we are going to have on 25th of May, guys. I will share the link with you. Don't worry, and then you can certainly go for first of the exams certification, by the way, cloud practitioner. Yeah, so today this will include the assessment, this will include the accreditation, so you are on this. So this would be the link. So okay, now I will wait before I speak, because it does take 3 seconds to render at your side. So this would be the link which we all visit by the end of session. So that's why I'm moving on from this section. I will share once this will be conducted, and yeah. So this is how you will log in, and the screens will be visible once again when we are going to have a assessment part. So what assessment is basically? Before I get through the agenda, assessment is what we are going to learn today. Based on that, there will be an exam sort of thing. So creating so basically having around 20 to 30 odd questions which you need to clear using by selecting the right option, and you need to achieve more than 80%, and number of attempts are unlimited, so you can try it multiple times and let me know how much percent you recorded. Okay, so more to that will by the end of session we will cover. So now on the yes, I will share the link with all of you at later stage. So guys, hold tight onto that. So because right now, if I share with you, we have not discussed many of the things which are going to come in the exam. I don't want to disappoint you. So overview, we are going to start with the ground level up, making an understanding why, what exactly is AWS cloud. Well, very specifically what cloud is, right? And then we'll hover on to making an understanding with AWS cloud. What's the differentiation? Why are you here today as well? So I will talk about um, AWS, what's our history been, how we have been over the years. Yeah. So we'll talk about in this. Second, core services as expected. We are going to talk about our service offerings. I'm sure you have the already right guesses. We have more than 175 services available and certainly cannot be covered in 6 7 hours or probably 5 6 hours. No, it cannot be. Even one service can take around one day. So yeah, so we will be walking through all of the service offering we have. So we will follow a pattern. Yeah, so I'll share that too. Then architecture. In that, we will talk about security and we will talk about our framework. So there is a one framework you might ask. I understand your offerings. I understand the services you do have, and I'm new. How would I know if I am going well, right? Using the best practices. For that, we have a framework for our partners, customers to follow, which we will discuss here, and then we'll come to AWS solutions, and then pricing part, which one shall not like to miss. So this is what we are going to cover, guys. I'm hoping we are good with the agenda of today's session. So let's get started with. Oh, before we move on, there is something else. By the way, this is exciting as well. So these two gentlemen are well known in AWS world. On the left side, if it okay, I probably should wait for 2 more seconds. Now should be on your screen. So these two gentlemen are well known in AWS ecosystem. One being AWS CEO on the left side is Andy Jassy, and on the right side is our partner ecosystem head. Yeah, so for our worldwide channels and alliances. Why I'm showcasing this on the slide is because the link down here is going to help you with a lot of education. So you can learn about what AWS is launching over the period of year, and this is amazing and very resourceful information down there in on this link. So all the new technology on the new learning we launch in here, because reInvent is our yearly event wherein I would say it's not much. It is somehow marketing as well as it is mainly focused on to the educational um, curriculum. So wherein we talk about a lot of new launch and we talk about new technology we are working on and launched already. So all the announcements in there, have a look onto that. So once the slides will be with you, have a look onto that. And what majorly we share with our customers, partners is our innovations, our expansion of geographic data centers as called as the regions and their availability zones, our footprints over the world. So we share that how we are proceeding in that and enterprise migration. Yeah. So, like onto the innovation side, we recently have launched AWS Wavelength. I don't want to overwhelm you, but this is fairly very important for all of us. Why? Because guys, all of the gamers there. So I'm just taking the example of gamers because they need ultra low latency once using the mobile applications. So Wavelength is helping you to extend the AWS infrastructure to 5G networks, which is going to be the next big technology. So what we have planned in there with that, with the wavelength, I will track back you one thing. So with the one thing mentioning, if in case we are using a mobile application or maybe a game over the mobile, how exactly it happens? Internet signal gets to ISP or our provider, by the way, mobile provider, network provider, and then to ISP, internet provider, and from there on to the data center, and it compiles whatever happens and track back and give you the answer back. You need ultra low latency when you're running the games, as a one example. Can be many other examples as well, or maybe um, self-driven cars as well. So you need a very fast infrastructure for that matter. We have collaborated with the 5G telcos, wherein we are putting our infrastructure in their premises, so you get ultra low latency rather than going back to the ISP and then going to the back to data center. Infrastructure near to you, near to your station of network. Yeah, so that's what wavelength is. But yeah, there are a lot of other information, so you can have a look onto that. So as talked about innovation, next one is the bracket, which is about the quantum computing. So probably very well known topic in the industry is the next big thing, quantum computing. So we have a fully managed service for you to try it out. Amazon Bracket right now in um, in a preview. You can have a go on that. If in case you are looking forward for uh, running some machine learning, you need some data to, like, for healthcare, right? So you can get the data from bigger industries who have shared as a data exchange program, so you can subscribe to that and try it out. So this is a new service launched when I joined AWS. That's the time. Then they launched. It's probably now been 6 months. Okay, so a lot of information on that, and probably you would now argue with me looking at this slide, Pravesh. You are very lazy updating your slides because regions have changed, and I would say yes, and I have done it deliberately. I have not changed it because I wanted you to point it out. So, guys, it's 22 regions, and that's been changed. Yes, easy is also been changed. I wanted you to have a look onto that, but we have coming slides where I will showcase I'm not that lazy. So yes, numbers been changed. It's been now converted into 24 regions. And by the way, what was we were talking here is about our expansion, mentioning about how we launch new services, technologies over in this event. So have a go on to that, but we will very specifically come on to the AZ and regions, guys. So don't worry if those words right now is alien to all of us. So next, enterprise migration. We have seen a lot in this space of SAP, VMware, Oracle, and Windows, and probably you are also working in one of them, SAP being closer to my heart as well. But yeah, mentioning that we have more than 5,000 customers running onto the AWS, and that goes with others as well, and a very different variety of offerings we have. Like, you can run your VMware in your data center as well using AWS rack provided to you called as Outpost. More to that in coming slides. Yeah, I will share. And Oracle Windows. So most of the enterprises, large enterprises, are making migrations using AWS, yeah, running their workload, mission critical workload as well. And some fun, how we can miss the fun part. So if in case you are machine learning practitioner, you are aspirant, looking forward to learn that like me, this is a device for you. Even virtual Music studio is also there for you to try out things and learn the reinforcement learning. So we have service named as Deep Composer for you to learn the machine learning. Probably you have heard about Deep Racer as well, or maybe Deep Lens. Those are machine learning gadgets as well for you to learn and try it out. And this is the newest launch we had. Yeah, and we have a lot of videos onto that. You can go to the YouTube and might you would love to see how does this work. Okay, so lot things we have discussed, which probably you might like to visit once we are done with the day. And now let's go back to the basics and understand what exactly cloud is. Let's think about how do you explain cloud computing to your customers, or perhaps how do you explain it to the people outside of your industry? So, guys, let me be very honest. So, when I cleared my exam, I just obviously I couldn't hold it back telling without telling it to my family. So I told them, okay, now I am cloud practitioner, now I'm solution architect. So for cloud world, for them it was just cloud. So they probably asked me what cloud is. So they don't know. But by back then it was not that much important question for them. But once I joined AWS, they were like, I am in a serious business. There's something with that. So very easy way for me to explain that was, guys, there is, so like for my parents, so guys, there is no cloud, it's just someone else's computer. So they thought, since at that time my father was using my laptop, he thought he is using it as a cloud. I said, no, that's not cloud. So I had to break it down further and explain it in his way, like, by the way, this picture says otherwise since I don't have a kid yet. So, other way around. So, once my father asked, I tried to explain it's about someone else managing everything for you and you take access of it, which is mostly consisting of Linux servers and a lot of other things. Yeah. So, in definition, what we call it out, we say cloud computing is on demand access of IT resources which are accessible online and you pay as you go. Yeah. So if I break it down, on demand whenever you need it, IT resources, what are those? Compute, compute, like you need CPU, RAM, ROM, anything. Okay, you get it. Storage, you want to store SAN, NAS, anything, you get it. What about the other ones? So containers, machine learning, IoT, blockchain, you get it. So any IT resources, virtually most of them are available for you to access online and get a benefit out of it. So that's what was the cloud computing. And the amazing part, pay as you go. So most of the services you subscribe to, you pay as you go along. So you use it for a couple of hours, you pay for that. You use it probably for a year, you can pay for a year. So yeah, that's how cloud computing is defined. I'm sure you also know that. So it's a good to have some time a revisit. So, but once knowing the cloud computing, the next question comes: why not on-premise? Why cloud? Why AWS? So I tried to. I and my team obviously have tried to put into the four different categories: cost, resources, planning, and deployment. And obviously, it is good way to explain in the four different rows rather than using a four different slides, because that would take a lot when I try to start explaining the differences. So let's start with the cost one. Large initial upfront investment is included into on-premise, and that's nothing new in there, because if in case I am going to run a data center myself, yeah, I have to buy things in well advance, and for buying things well in advance, I have to pay well advance. Any benefit of that? I don't see it for the larger in the long run, right? So you have to pay a lot of money in upfront, and you cannot use that money back to your business. Yeah, so probably you are in the business of shoemaking. Why to spend a lot of money in the IT infrastructure rather than using that money in your business, back in business, right? So on the other side, if you see on the brighter side, so you use AWS as a pay as you go. as I talked about in the definition. So you get benefit also if we are talking about cost of aggregated customers expenses, so or usage, by the way, not expenses, customer usage. So one data center probably be used by one organization. If in case it's a co-location, there's multiple of organization, not at the scale AWS would run, right? We are in the business of data center only. So you get a lot of benefits on the cost side, like compute would be a lot cheaper when things are done on a massive scale as compared to running in a one data center. But here very specifically cost is describing pay as you go. So you move from capex to opex. And next one is resources. So data center infrastructure consumes personal and capital, yes, it does. You spend a lot. We spend a lot, and you spend a lot and spend a lot of time as well maintaining the and managing the things, decommissioning the things. Why to put your productivity into managing the infrastructure when someone else can do it for you and at very cost efficient manner? Yeah, and on the other end, what would be the repercussions of it, if I may say? If in case you let someone else run it data center for you and you use the innovation platform for you, you would be innovating faster by focusing on your application rather than infrastructure. That's true. So you need a platform as a service to run your Node.js application. You just need a platform access. Why to install everything, ID, platform, libraries, anything, right? So you focus on your brilliance of applications rather than working on your infrastructure side. So that's increasing of the productivity. If I may take you to the IDC reports, it talks about its relevance, talks about how customers are increasing the productivity, becoming more agile. So planning over provisioning to ensure capacity. So once you are building a data center, you make sure your CEO, CTO is not disappointed for having things going haywire because you did not probably plan well with the capacity, right? So that's important, and that's one section AWS would help you with, automating the capacity required. Yeah. So with the subtle tools, with a lot of other offerings, with their own managed service, which AWS does take care of, all you need to do is choose the platform. Scaling will be maintained and managed. So yeah, so you do not get down, you do not, your infrastructure do not get down, and you do not fail your application once you run your environment. So I'm hoping I'm trying to make sense down there. Yeah. So next one is the deployment. Lack of multiple physical location limits adaptability. Okay. Okay. So what does that talk about? I think this tracks us back to our slide when I talked about we are expand across uh, 22 regions, which was wrong information. So by the way, 24 regions now. So we keep on increasing our geographical expansion, which is leveraged by our customer. For example, we just launched, uh, now it's a new month. What's the date today? 12th. So last month, by the end of last month, we launched a Cape Town region in South Africa. We had no region before, yeah, no data center to consider right now before. Now, if there is a potential customer, they can run their workload nearby them. So similarly, if in case you have customers anywhere in the world, rather than in the on-premise world, hiring staff in a different geo, managing things remotely, which could be one of the hurdle. Yeah, so in a very non-interactive way, you can take the benefit of AWS cloud. So I was going through some of the case studies, which I really like to walk through myself, because I get to know how customers are taking benefit of cloud. So one of the customer who had a huge demand across the globe for their databases because they were spanned across different geos. Think about Nike. Yeah, so they scan of the new product they are launching. They have probably around 70 to 100 billion scan information. Yeah, so they wanted to span across around the world. So they need something which with which they can scale around the globe. So that's one of the difference or one of the benefit of it. I probably have talked a lot about that. So, but it's important for all of us to know and benefit of cloud. Where is my cursor? There you go. So I introduce you with the gentleman named Andy Jassy, who is CEO of ours. He also coined a sentence saying, "Cloud is the new normal," and it is true. So who is using cloud? It's millions of customers. AWS has some millions of active customers in a different verticals, as you can see on your screen, from the enterprise to startup, also the public sector. And this slide was prepared by my international colleague, but I did my best to bring few of the Indian customers into it, so you can understand, like of Netflix. In by the way, it's a prominent application all around the world, and similar to that, we used to use Hotstar in India, which has broken all the records by putting by hosting 25 million viewers on the live event of India New Zealand final, World Cup final, at a one time. So they probably only guys who might have celebrated that day. So yeah, we have a lot of customers on the enterprise side, like 21st Century Fox, F1, Formula One. We have a case study which I'll certainly share with you. McDonald's wanted a partnership which would scale with them and help their customers. So they were looking forward to help their customers. Yeah. So for their better experience, they moved to the AWS cloud. Amazon.com. Yeah. So Amazon.com using AWS a lot internally as well, leveraging the technology. By the way, this is a handshake process wherein we also leverage our scale of Amazon.com to try our own champagne. Yeah, so taste our own champagne, trying new products with the Amazon.com and maybe used with the Amazon.com. We also help other customers to leverage that on an enterprise scale. And yeah, there are other customers like startups, Oyo, Paytm, and many others. So we are spread across all the verticals, and there are more than millions, more than 1 million, probably now 2 million active customers running on AWS, and that's all in the different verticals. Like you can see CIAs, which is intelligence, US and intelligence. Yeah. Okay, so that brought us to first knowledge check. So by the way, it's a little sometime tricky question. I suppose that not to be much trickier, but yeah. What do you think about this, guys? You can probably use the chat tab button, question and chat tab button to give your answers. So AWS provides a set of tools that help you optimize resources in your data center. So probably we will not say that to optimize running resources in your data center. Yeah. However, this can be taken on a different way. If someone else answering it saying true, might be thinking, yes, we give you outpost to help you with that. So let's not take in that direction. So it's a very specifically saying you running your data center, we do anything for you in that regards, optimizing your data center. So that has to be false. So all those who have selected false are actually true. I mean to say that are actually right. So thank you for your answers and your engagement. And as I would like to once again call out, I would love to have this session as a dialogue session rather than a monologue session. So now I'm going to walk you through our Gartner Magic Quadrant of 2019, which speaks about our maintained leadership from past 9 years in the space of infrastructure as a service provider. So what exactly this speaks about are our ability to execute, and our completeness of our vision, which we have for the cloud customers, businesses, and for the developers. Are we able to achieve that and accomplish that with the customers, making customers successful? This speaks about it. So we have maintained this leadership, and probably will keep on doing that. What are those reasons? Let's jump onto that. But I will highly recommend it for all of you who are starting up and wanted to learn about our differentiation. This URL will walk you through. This is a report down there from the Gartner, which is a third party auditor, not influenced in any way. So yeah, you can have a look onto that, because it's not just going to speak about um, AWS offerings and what's our vision and execution. It will also talk about others as well, which you certainly would like to have a look onto as well. And about our specifications, how we have maintained the leadership, I would say this would be top 9 reasons. First being the enterprise leadership. How have we maintained it? By the other factors onto the slide. We started in year 2006. Yeah, so we started in 2006, and since then we have maintained the leadership. As mentioned, I talked about, we earned the trust from a different vertical of customers, from enterprise, from the startups, and to the public sector, government sector as well. So yeah, that's been maintained. And how we have done that? By giving the unparalleled, unmatched offerings on our platform, and that's every knowledgeable of the AWS platform can vouch for it. We have more services than any other provider. This, I don't want to be rhetoric here, but that's for a fact. We have more than 175 services, which will help you to virtually run any of the workload you probably require to make your organization successful. In which verticals, we will jump onto that. But yeah, uh, very importantly, which is important for me to walk through, is not to look at breadth only, which I have reiterated probably now third time, 175 plus, but have a look onto the depth of the services. What depth talks about is it's interoperability between the services. How well encryption is attached with storage, compute, with the internet storage, or probably any other service, right? That would be defining your depth of the services. That would be defining your enrich platform offerings, rather than saying you have probably like close to 200 services. That would not worth enough. So depth is the one of the amazing thing, and how it is defined is also by our, oh, that should be the animation there. So yeah, and pace of innovation is talking about actually uh, our launch of services, our pace of innovation, which made us to um be successful and making customers successful over the years, by launching new features which customer is demanding, which they actually need. When I say that, I mean by that 90 to 95%, and excuse me on that. Oh, sorry, I was about to sneeze, but this was a very, you know, amazing fact, so I couldn't hold to it. I could hold to it. So, pace of innovation is talking about, um, yeah, so we launched around 2,000 new features in last year and last to last year. What this slide talks about is actually uh, 1,957 features launched in year 2018. So yeah, what I was saying, that how we are helping customer to succeed by listening them, and that actually is for a fact, because 90 to 95% of customers requirement on the platform, either it's a service or it's a um uh, feature, we launch that once customer requested. So 90 to 95%. So that's keeping us really, really fast and really, really agile as an organization as well. So next one is the security, which is a job zero for us. I will use it once again, the same sentence, because I love to use it. So job zero, before anything, we think of security. Yeah, so that's also prime for the customer, be it startup, be it SMB, be it a large enterprise. One thing would common across all the industries would be security. So we take it very seriously internally. Yes, we even our own internal website, if we need to visit, even being inside Amazon's network, AWS network, we sometimes need to go through the multi-factor authentication. Think about it. Even internally, we are that secure. We probably have taken all the measures for our platform for customers as well. So yes, with that, it speaks about our achievement in our compliances, attestations, regulations, and laws adherence to the platform. So once you put your data on our AWS platform, you inherit a lot of certifications. What I mean by that specifically, so there are two major requirements whenever you are starting with the on your data center, maybe probably on any other platform. You should adhere to some of the industry norms, guidance. Like for healthcare, you cannot put the data in US. For healthcare, you cannot put the data on any of the environment which is not HIPAA compliant. Yeah, so like ISO we have in many different products, services similar to infrastructure. You get it once you put it onto that your infrastructure. So we have achieved it more than any of the provider in the industry. Probably we have 40 more attestation certifications and regulation achievements in our pocket. With that largest partner community, how cannot I speak about you guys? So we have the largest partner community supporting the billions of customers. Sorry, supporting the millions of customers. One day probably will say billions of customers. So millions of customers, and this guy once again on the stage is CEO, talking about how our partners helping customers innovating, like you are helping the customers a lot. Yeah. So yeah, we have tens of thousands of partners. You are best in your in your streams. Like yeah, system integrators are good with their consulting offerings. Can be contact center, can be machine learning. Many partners are there. Yeah, so helping our broad spectrum of offerings. And without you, it would not be possible. To be very honest. Yeah, so millions of active customers should be done with the best partnership with our partners. Okay, so global presence, cannot speak enough about it. So I would love to skip it because I've already talked about it. And oh yeah, next module is about global infrastructure only. So we are going to speak about it. And there is question on to the breaks, and we'll take break on 10:10, 11:10, 12:10. That's what the plan is. Hoping we will stick to that. So I love the time when clock says 10:10 because it's basic. It talks about this smile on the clock. So it's a smiley time. So whenever you see 10:10, you just give it a smile to the clock back. Okay, so we'll take first break onto that. Then we all can have 5 to 10 minutes of ours. Global infrastructures. So you can see here, I have not been procrastinating. So I have updated it with our latest information. We have 24 regions. Yeah, so 24 regions. What is that? We'll come to that. So regions, we keep on adding information, adding our offerings in different part of the world. Sometime I call it and say it universe. So probably we are the only creature wherein uh, who has the data centers probably. So yeah, 24 regions, 26 availability zones. What's that? Next slide is going to talk about. But yeah, just think about our expansion in 76 availability zone. If someone says it's the regions, any other provider, so there are some of the providers who says it, it's their regions. Our definition is entirely different. And let me move to next slide, which will actually talk about what I am talking about. Yeah. And let me see the view if it is on your screen. It is okay. So one region is actually one distinct location where we have data centers. I really don't like to call it out at first, data centers. So what exactly we have is availability zones. Yeah. So we have at least two availability zones. Not lesser than two would be there. Of it goes up to six even. Yeah. But minimum two. Why? Because these are interlinked with each other with very low latency, high throughput, redundant metro lines. Basically fast coaxial cables. So give you the latency only under the 10 milliseconds. If this goes down, let's consider that, because everything fails every time. If this does happen, then you need something else to fail back. So I usually use the term fail forward. So this would be the fail forward option for all of us. If something goes bad at one location, that will be the second AZ catering everything for you. So while you are architecting, you will try to keep your things in a very high availability way. So this will help you to achieve that. So we have minimum two in one region. In let's take the example of Mumbai region. So let me refresh it. Oh yeah. So when I said why don't I use the term data centers, because data center come to the last part when I say availability zone typically has cluster of data centers in it. Not region has data centers at first construct level, but availability zone has a cluster of data centers. Good. Okay. So, and one data center is housing around 50,000 to 80,000 of servers in it. So yeah, I was about to talk about Mumbai region. So Mumbai, which is in your console, you might see it as a bomb, maybe somewhere, because we use the airport notation. So whenever you take a ticket for Mumbai, it would be with the name of Mumbai. So we have just used the same thing. So yeah, there are three availability zone. We had two earlier. I think last year we launched the third one, or maybe the last year. So yeah, when I sometimes in not sure about anything, you can think about how many things we need to remember. So in the year 2006, that's what I'm specific about, was 2016, we started with Mumbai region. So we have three availability zone in Mumbai, helping you in a different flood zones. If in case something naturally disaster happens, second one will be there to help you. So that's on the top level is region is. Yeah. So likewise, we have a different regions in a different part of the world. When we say 24, we had 24 different geographical regions, geographical locations. Yeah, completely separate entities which housing the availability zones in it. On map location, there is a question, by the way, I'm reading it out. On map location, circled with the green color, what is that without number? What was that? So yeah, it was upcoming regions, by the way, which is now actually active. These are in operation. So this is probably the Hong Kong or Bahrain one. If one of them, it is already live, and this probably is the not probably, I'm sure about it, because we have only one region here. It's a Cape Town. So that was first upcoming, but now it's live, and this would be Milan, Italy. And during this trouble time, even we launched a new region in Italy as well. Our commitment is there. Can you share the name of zones in Mumbai region, Manoj? This is NDA. We will never get to know where our um, Jones are. So even we don't know. And I'm true to that. As my colleague has answered it, for security being the prime, we don't know where it is. High security. Okay, so yeah, so I'm thinking we are good with the uh, uh, this term. So we will come to the next construct about it. So your region of choice affects what? So it affects your latency optimization, affects your cost optimization, which would be very minimal effect, by the way. But yeah, it's important. So once you are choosing a region, you probably consider these three things, and there is another thing you would consider: latency, cost, regulation, and yeah, there would be another one. So yeah, consider that. And your data, encrypted data in transit can be encrypted. Your data in transit can be encrypted, and between the region, any communication is not charged. I mean to say that data transfer. Then availability zone is a collection of data centers within each region. Availability zone is isolated, definitely 100 miles apart. As we saying that it should be not affecting one failure to another. So these are 100 miles apart. After doing the study of 100 years uh, of learning about the region or about the availability zone, we find out what are the natural disaster have occurred in history. So our scientist does that part. But yeah, it's important to tell you we do a lot of due diligence onto that. What happens if entire region goes down? Yes. However, first I would like to call out, like, it has never have happened even one availability zone went down. But it's important to consider because it's me who has said everything fails every time. So for that, you can put something on your different regions, which are you right now can be used as a second location. Probably the nearest right now is Singapore. Yeah, but yeah, it's good to consider as well. Connected by fast, very low latency network lines. I did my best remembering that line, but yeah, it's written here. So replication resilience, protect resources from easy failures, and a request in case of failure. And you guys are good with that too, as well as you now know about it. So last one, provision resources across multiple region or multiple AZs would be the best practice to start with as a solution architect. And next construct is basically about the edge locations. What is the edge location? So hosting a content delivery network, CDN, think of Akamai. Those who know Akamai is, I don't want to say that it's Akamai. I wanted to say who knows it. It probably would like to compare that. So for the customers, proximity, faster delivery of the content, we have locations, POPs, point of presence in the major cities across the world. For example, let's take example of India. Yeah, so I probably have taken this example before. So like Jammu Kashmir, which is a northern part of India, very northern part, and our data center is in the western part. Yeah, so could be some latency once you are accessing any application data or any storage data onto the region, which would be in the Mumbai, might lead to little bit of time, right? So for that, if you want to cache the data nearby your locations, you can get the benefit of those cities, major cities where our data center is, which is POPs, basically point of presence. So like in Delhi, we have couple of edge locations in Chennai, in Hyderabad, if I'm not mistaken, it's there. So once you are, for the very first time, it might go to the region if in case you you leverage service with the name CloudFront. So most of the service you will see would be the name with the cloud or either Elastic. So this is one of them. This is with the cloud. Front says it's a front face. So if you are using it as a front, it will help you to get the data checked onto the data center, onto the POPs available, on the caching location available. Then you can take that from there. So not traversing over the internet and going to the back to the origin would save some of the time, right? So that's what CloudFront is. What can be accessed? Websites, dynamic static streaming content, and regional cache would be also there nearby your regions as well, which you can use as a caching locations. So requests are routed to the nearest edge locations via Route 53 or Route 53, however we pronounce it. So 53 is the part of DNS. More to that in coming slides. But yeah, here edge locations is playing a big role. If in case you are accessing anything onto the onto your what I want to say. So any website like google.com rather than, or maybe the customer PDM or something. So if in case you want to go to, you can access that website rather than going over the internet, trying, finding, resolving your website. You can leverage the actual locations, helping you traverse there. Faster content delivery would be the objective here, and there is a case study for you to have a look onto that. So we have probably added a lot of links, case studies for you to refer to once this deck will be shared with you. And next one is AWS core services. I'm hoping we have had a good time knowing that, learning that, and yeah. So I am not believing that in the first hour we have jumped down to the core services. So it's good. So I will just give you an introduction here, and then we will jump onto the categories, and obviously we'll have a break as well now. But before that, although this services listed here is not the complete list of AWS offerings, these are the most known, most widely used services are there, yeah, which you should know. So starting with the compute, storage, database, network and content delivery, management tools, analytics, we have more than 10 of them down there. Application integration, business productivity, machine learning, IoT, and DevOps as well for you to help with the test, test, no, code, test and deploy. Yeah, so probably that would be a question in your assessment as well. What DevOps helps you with? You write the code, you test it, and you deploy it, right? So that's pretty much can help you as well, DevOps. So yeah, different verticals, different services. Talked about 175 plus services available, how you can access it using the beautiful console, which I would accustom you with today. I will one of the good thing I do in in my training is I try to showcase in the demo as well, so you guys can. So as we seen in the morning, there was a poll about a lot of newcomers are here. So you probably would love to see the console of AWS, and all the day I spent talking about 75 services. 175 services. Where exactly are those? I will walk you through. Not all of them, but few of them. So yeah, so that's is going to be our next section. So for you now, I'm giving back 10 minutes for you to take a break. It's a morning time in India. For if you have not had something in the morning, probably this is the time. So for a quick bite, or probably you would like to stay active and maybe you would like to do some push-ups. So I'm putting a timer, guys. So I was just bringing this onto the screen. So guys, speak you after 10 minutes, have a break, and then we will jump onto the AWS services. Catch you. I will be on mute, and now we'll have a look onto your questions as well. Okay, guys, we are back, and there were a few questions on the Pop Edge Cache. I have answered for all of you. You can have a look onto this document. This is explaining it well in detail. So, nothing on the slide yet. Yeah, now you go. And there is a question on the recording which has been answered. It is not being recorded, but we'll certainly share the deck with you, which you can refer back. And next thing is I want to mention again this. There is a uh, another course, by the way, similar course available, which is on the AWS Technical Professional, which you can refer to, and I will walk you through by the end of the today's session, wherein I'll show you how you can go through the things we're discussing. If in case some part of session you missed, do you conduct session for AWS Cloud Economics and STP Foundations? Yes, we do. We do that, and we had one last week onto the foundation. And for that, Suresh, I'm going to send all of you a link, and that will be also done by the end of today's session, where I will share how you can register to upcoming sessions, which fits you, yeah, fits your requirement. Okay, so let's let's get back to the business. Hoping you can hear me well as can see my screen. So we have stopped on the point when I mentioned we had a different vertical of services available, and we are going to walk through them. Yeah, probably few of them. So first of all is the compute introduction. So guys, you remember? Okay, let me see. What do you see? Yeah, now you see. So yeah, you might remember we started from the time when we had a physical service coming to our locations. You procure it, does take time, install OS on top of it. Maybe before that you install virtualization, and oh, no one can hear me. Can you hear me? Oh yeah, that's very mixed answer. Now it's a one-sided answer. So most of you can hear me. I'm speaking. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your answers. Now I got it, guys. So thank you. Yeah. Okay. So guys who are not able to hear me still must not be able to hear me. So it doesn't matter if I speak here or not. So I will write down I am speaking. Have a go at changing the audio type. Okay, guys. So hoping my message is sent to those who are struggling. So what I was talking about is the physical server when we procure it, and then from dirt to data, everything is our responsibility, right? It's a customer's responsibility to manage, to run the compute, to run the application, to run any of the operation. So compute is the essential part of any application as we know of it. So physical server not on the screen, by the way, but it's the first type, and then there come the modernization. And first modernization was the virtualization, wherein you get a server, and on top of it, you can create machines with the available storage, available compute, CPUs, or even you can overcommit, as you know, without even thinking how would be the problems you could overcommit. Yeah, so there was virtualization came in, then came the containers. Container is there from probably decades now, but recently been not enough recently, because in the starting of this decade, containers became more prominent, more useful for the different industries. So then came the containers, which encapsulating the whole application rather than being dependent on the OS. They had their own abstraction layer, right? So and then came the next one. I don't want to manage the virtualization machine. I don't want to manage the container. All I need to do is write my code, my function, my script. That called out as a serverless, where you do not need to manage any of the hard dependency of infrastructure, right? So someone else does manage it. I just come and write a code, and I probably want to call it out for the developers, as our mission was to enable the developers. And okay, just give me 1 second. There's some background noise I could hear. Okay, so uh, yeah, then came the Lambda, right? So where you do not need to uh, do anything. So I was calling out to all the developers out there and the businesses. They took the benefit of the platform. So obviously, I would like to ask to all the developers down there and say what you would like to put your productivity most into. So so they would say, I am here to write a code. Why would I care about if my infrastructure is scaled, secured, operated? It should be something on the operation side. So I would write code. I'm good at that. Then the serverless came in, and Lambda from AWS pioneered that space. Many customers using it as a microservice, modernizing their application using it. Probably this would be the first step once you get into the world of cloud. And what is it? We are going to see sooner. Next step comes as a modernizing, going into the container or the serverless world. Okay, so guys, I can see some of your questions are actually a couple of slides ahead of me. So like of ELB is there. So I'll certainly share that one by one. So first EC2 on the virtualization side, it's something similar to your virtualized environment you have in your on-premise, right? So you get, using the resource management tools, you get the virtualized machine, and onto the cloud is EC2 instance. But what are the difference benefits? Obviously, we are onto the cloud here for the benefits. Let's see what's the attributes down there. EC2 is what? It is dedicated virtual servers. So and dedicated virtual servers for you to running your operations. And there come, you can get the access, how? Remote access, Linux, Windows, or any other resources you are accessing on the EC2 will be remotely accessed using the console, using the CLIs or SDKs. Pay for what you use. By the way, we are going to dig down into that in our pricing module, how EC2 instances are priced. But yeah, I can just say it. If you are using any virtual machine for an hour, we won't charge you for the next hour. We will charge you for an hour. And then if in case you are reserving it for a longer period of time, we will give you significant discounts as well. More to that in coming slides. So yes, pay what you use. And next one is control instances from AWS console and API. We have certainly talked about it. You can access it using, if in case newbie, maybe console would be the right platform for you. And once we are becoming more nerdy, we get to know the things onto the CLI API side, you can use the CLI too. So yes, free tier would be available to try that out, but more to that in coming slide. So and next one is elastic compute cloud. So basically cloud compute. So that's the definition of EC2. EC2 is C2 is cloud compute. And we have different instance families for that. Different family helping you with a different type of workload. So what your database require as a virtual machine might not be the same requirement for your web application, right? Your front face of your application, front end basically, that would be different requirement. Yeah, maybe you need something very not compute intensive. On the back end, you need something memory intensive. So different type of workload require different type of virtualized machine, different family. So for that matter, we have a family available which has a different instance types for memory optimized for memory intensive workload, prepare for optimized environment, uh, optimized for your memory intensive environment, compute optimized as name suggests for a high compute like of SAP is there, or any scientific, or maybe for machine learning you might need it for in the machine learning very specifically. If you need it for the training the model, you can use it. Storage and IO optimized as the name suggests. This would be for the optimized storage and input output requirements. GPU optimized, journal optimized, yeah, different requirement. GPU as if you require a graphic processing unit, if CPU is not enough for the explanation, so you can use GPUs. Yeah, so like for machine learning once again, or 3D rendering, all the games and everything you using it for, you can use high GPUs. And even above that, if you need FPGA, field programming gate array, I don't want to overwhelm you, but just want to say there is a next level to that as well available, like FPGA can be used. Journal optimized is where you start with. It's a like starting point. So when you are not sure about what sort of workload you have, it's a right balance between the memory, compute, storage, and network. Yeah. So journal optimized. So these are the types and instances. Sizes is available like micro, small, and large, double XL, triple XL, 4XL. So it is like starting with the t-shirt size, then becomes like a whole 10 size. But yeah, so it basically defines the storage you use, defines the CPU counts, define the RAM, define not ROM, EBS is independent of it. So yeah, it defines these three major things. Your size of instance, RAM, or basically, yeah, I'm explaining Girij that it explains that how many CPU cores are there, virtual CPU cores, and how many RAM you're using, 20 GB, 24 GB, 48 GB. So based on that, it varies. I'll showcase you that too. Yeah. So select a size what will suit you. So you will define what will help you managing your workload. AMI, good one. So it's important one. It's a package. So like of image. So you want to launch SUSE Linux. You want to launch Windows machine. So this is image for you, which you can use. Even not just that, you want to create your own image wherein you might have already Apache installed. You want to create it as a golden image. Yeah. So you can use that. And yeah, on the other side, yeah, that's what image is. So it's a bootable package for you where you can run your OS and your applications, or all the security uh, parameters. If you want to have something as a defined image, you can create that. Yeah, it will be demystified further once we'll have demo as well. But in short way, image is image. So, like to run your OS, we install Windows on our laptops, machines. That ISO image, here you will get as a Amazon machine image, yeah, where you will attach to it. Okay, so next one is the families I have been talking about in the previous slide. T2, M4, M3, and this been improved. Next one coming. Like T3 now, it is increasing the new, uh, yeah, so we launch new, what we call it, so new, what was the word for that? New, okay, I'm missing that word. So we launch a new family to it, which will be more optimized, will be more performant, and right balance between the prices. So right now we for the T2 we have a T3 family available. So yeah, we keep on increasing. We're adding a new type of families to it. Like for M6G, we have, which is for which is basically for a general purpose. We have created a graviton type of chips for your usages. Okay, so coming back to the slide. So memory optimized, for you to have a look into that, C3, C4, yeah, C5 is also available for you. Compute optimized, what type of example uses? You can see batch processing, SFP, MMO gaming, video encoding, where you can use it. So GPU, G type, R type, X type. X is very specifically we started for the SAP HANA databases, which can be used. Yeah, so you can find the whole list here, which has been shared by my colleague, and you can have a look onto those all classes, and you can find it out. The specifications, if in case it's a larger size, how it differentiates. Yeah. And when choosing an instance, what are the things to consider? Yes, can you explain these families? Not able to understand T2 and 4 abbreviated. By the way, this is something we have kept it as a name notation. So it doesn't have a very specific definition, but yeah, some of them, like M has a memory optimized. There is something associated with that, but it's very not essential for you to remember out of this moment. So yeah, so you can get this information onto the page once you are going to move your application, run your application onto the AWS. You can visit to this page. You will understand what exactly the use, purpose of that is to, yeah. And also this deck is with you as well. But yeah, there is another thing which will coming in the next slides. I will share with you how is that important. Okay, so one second. Okay, now I can see my next slide too. So what are the things to choose as an instance? Core count. How many cores do you need? Memory size, storage, network performance, IO requirements, CPU technology. If it is Intel, Graviton, ARM based, whatever you need, you can choose that. So like in Intel itself, it's a Haswell, or many others is available for you to choose. You can go for one of them. But if in case you ask me question back, I don't might have the right choice made, and I want something to be helped with. This is a new service we launched named as a Compute Optimizer. Yeah, so this will certainly help you to guide with that. It will help you to understand uh, understand what the type of workload you are running is suitable for which type of instance. So we are taking this as an additional guide for you to help you with. So basically, it's entirely your choice. But yeah, this can suggest you 2 or 3 instances for you to where the workload you are running based on your performance or based on your usage. It can suggest some of the instance type. So for you to have a look onto that Compute Optimizer. Okay, so this is one of the customer, Arteries in the healthcare. Yeah, so they have. Okay, this studies, I would leave it for you. Have a look onto that. I will share the link in the next break. So break, I need to share this link. So how they have used GPUs and faster the processing of uh, conducting the MRI scans, yeah, rather than doing it in nearby 90 minutes to close to 10 minutes by using the right choice of EC2 instances and using the right GPUs. So this is a good case study. One of the customers transforming their customer experience using AWS platform. And very specifically, that's onto the EC2. So I would encourage you to have a look onto that. So next one, as we move on to the container. So what container is? ECS. ECS definition is elastic. As I mentioned, either would be with the cloud, most of them, or with the cloud. So this is a elastic container service. I was about to say elastic cloud service. So elastic container service for you to manage your Docker containers. Yeah. So what are we helping with you is a cluster we provide. You can run your application on a managed cluster of EC2 instances. Yeah, rather than you installing everything onto the Docker side, managing it, you're getting it as a managed one. So you bring, like it is trying to showcase here, as a petal, as a leaf onto the ECS service, and instances are there. Your application will flourish. So what ECS is? ECS is helping you with eliminating the need for you to install, operate, and scale your own cluster. Yeah, so you get a managed cluster for you to run your Docker images. So with simple APIs, you can launch and stop Docker-enabled applications. Those of you running the Dockers is specifically a containerized image, or basically an encapsulated application. So for example, I won't be going into much of the technical deeper details. I'm expecting that we understand on the high level to run a Docker is specifically, for example, a database. For example, a relational database you create as in a Docker. All the liability, all the, all not liability, all the libraries, all the related information will be encapsulated into that container. Yeah, all the belongings of it. If one goes down, you can have a second container. Networking, scaling, management, you do it in that regard. So that's, in nutshell, is encapsulating the application into a container, right? So that's what container is. Yeah, probably is similar to the container we have in our cargo ships, so which is containing a different goods into it, and launching onto different ports. So yeah, many other terms into that. So you can launch and stop your Docker enabled applications, uh, query and complete state of your cluster, and access many familiar features like security groups, ELB, EBS volumes, IAM rules, which we will come to that, don't worry. But these are all the essentials you need to run your application is with that available. And there will be no demo, guys. Why? Because this is in itself is a different class. So this session is not focused on to the going into deep dive into the containers. We have this session as a information on overall services which we can share with you in a very uh, comprehensive way. Yeah, so I'm sorry for that disappointing. There will be not any demo of ECS. As mentioned, we have a specific class for that. Whenever that will be available in the future, once we will start with that, we'll share the information with all of you. Okay, so what you can do, all of you, as you know, we need to schedule the placement of containers in case of any failure for high availability. In container side, you can schedule it. Integrate your own scheduler. If you have any Kubernetes or any orchestration you are using, you can certainly do that as well. No additional charge for Amazon ECS. So ECS is, let's consider it's AWS platform service where you run the containers. So we are not charging any of for that. Obviously, for the cluster you're running, will be charged. So basically, the compute is being used. Okay, so that was ECS, but there is another one, EKS. We are not covering that, but I would request you to have a look onto that. EKS is Elastic Kubernetes Service for your orchestration, for your using Kubernetes onto the AWS. If in case you have any question very specific to that, I would say have a look onto that. And I was just want to call out containers running in the world of cloud. 80% amongst the all is running onto the AWS. So you probably can understand the differentiation. And one another differentiation, guys, if you ask me of running the container onto the AWS, I would certainly say that Fargate. So what Fargate is, right now on your screen, you can see something I'm going to talk about, serverless, where you do not have to manage the infrastructure. And that's what is for the containers. It's a serverless where you just launch your container, scaling, auto scaling, security, and others. Load balancing is managed by AWS. So that's a launchpad for you. So in short, that's a serverless container service. So to all your container, if you want to just get started with it, you can use the Fargate. And if I'm not mistaken, around 70% of new customers who runs containers onto the AWS starts with Fargate. So you can imagine how beautiful service is that. So in the space of container, we have a lot of improvement over the years. Okay, so with that, we come to the Lambda, which is been one of the outstanding service we have started with earlier than anyone else has done. So that's not the differentiation, I would say, but yes, over the period of time we have optimized it, and it has changed the equation drastically for all of our customers. What Lambda is, first let's talk about it. It's event driven task compute service. So if I send you something onto the uh, HTTP request to your code directly, it will trigger. So for example, I want to shut down my machines after 7 p.m. I want to write a script for that, or maybe I need to install something application or whatever I need to do. That's a simple example I'm giving. And after that, I want to also record that information into my database. So who did not shut down his or her or its machine, right? So it is integrated with databases as well. So it gets the information on HTTP, run the script, shut down the machines after 7 p.m., which is, as you know, pay as you go. You want to shut it down and you want to record of the information into database. That will be probably done by the Lambda script itself. So it is function as a service. You write a function without managing the infrastructure. So compute is provided to you, scaling is onto that provided to you, everything. You just trigger the event. What else? I give you one example. Another can be, I post a picture onto one of the storage type AWS gives, and I want that picture to be converted into uh, my image as a Star Trek any creature, right? So or maybe a mem. So that's probably, you will write the script for that. Once you trigger that, once you put the picture onto that, it will certainly trigger the event onto the Lambda and will do that. And we have a slide for that, next one. But let's walk you through everything written onto this slide. Pretty much we covered. Runs code in response to events, yes, we do. Data center, no need to manage. Hardware, no need to manage. Assembly code, okay. So no. Operating system, no. Okay, no. So all you need to do is manage the code. So completely automated administration, scaling, security, been taken care, built-in fault tolerance, already keeps some of the compute available for expecting, a lot of uh, parallel request can occur, because it can scale up to millions of requests. So yeah, so it has a built-in fault tolerance as well, to avoid any missing statement. Next one is pricing by the number of requests. So if in case, like for example, in our schools, if in case someone is using Lambda for the purpose of getting attendance for the students, right, for any reasons, let's consider that. And as you know, probably summer vacations, which is for 2 months, and you are not going to use that register for 2 months, but you want your code to exist, right? You don't want to shut down the machines. And if in case machines are there, if you write in your code yourself into some machines, you might need to keep the compute on for, let's consider that way. But here, if no one is using it, script is written, and yeah, so you if it is not being executed, your register is not being touched, you are not going to pay for that. So yeah, that's how you can build your microservices, build your new services using the Lambda without provisioning the hardware, without provisioning anything. Yeah, so you just write your code and get done with it. Okay, it's a lot about it. So this is a small example of it. So you user put a picture onto the bucket. Bucket basically right now just consider as a folder onto the S3. S3 is a storage type. Where is my cursor? Here it is. So you put a picture, it will trigger an event as promised. Once the event is triggered, script is written based on the role. Role is that to execute it. Script is written to change it to thumbnails, right? It will change the thumbnails or create a thumbnail, sorry, and put into the target bucket. From there on, you can watch your images, whatever. So yeah, that's pretty much is about how Lambda is doing it. And this is an example of creating a thumbnails using Lambda. You can use pretty much a lot about it. And yeah, I would encourage you to visit aws.amazon.com/lambda to look at the use cases. So guys, for you, the question is on the screen. So Lambda can be in VPC. Yes, probably Shivrao. I think this should be answered here. You can have a look onto that. It should be in the VPC as well. But I will get a check onto that. It supports multiple languages, guys. I have not talked about it. Yeah. So, question for you: Lambda does which of the following? Runs code in responses to the events. I think it's right. Okay. So let's use the process of elimination. Streams data in the cloud. That sounds fishy. Contain EC2 instances. Okay, I don't know. This is pretty much this is it doing. Manage compute infrastructure it does for you. Runs code without yeah, okay, ABC. So those who have answered ABC, good. Thank you. Yeah, that's the right answer. Going good. So if you miss the chance to giving the right answer, there is another chance for you. So what is the first step in getting started with AWS Lambda? Do you need a EC2 instance? I doubt that. Okay, so pretty much right. So D is right now leading by 0 to 100. So yeah, good. Upload your code and get done with it. Thank you for your answers. I think we are on very well track. So with that, let's put curtain onto the compute. By the way, there's a lot of different section in the compute which you would like to walk yourself. Yeah, but this one, the major one, in a different transition to the modernization as well. Virtualization, container to the serverless. Next coming the storage and content delivery. Content delivery would be the section, as you know, is the cloud front, CDN, edge locations, POPs. And let's jump onto the storage part. So we had a trend in the compute. What's the trend here? Oh, is there any trend? Yeah, there is. So for the EBS is going to attach to your virtual machines. S3 is storage for the internet. You dump anything onto it, it won't mind. So unstructured, structured, semi-structured, it recognizes object as a object. It respects everyone. So Glacier is the part of S3, by the way, is called as S3 Glacier, but as the name suggests, there would be something about it. Glacier, it means something cold is there. What's that we'll see in there? Snowball very much looks like a briefcase to me. So I think something AWS done onto the hardware side. So that's pretty much the Snowball is. We will talk about it. CloudFront showcasing me a globe and attaching all around the world. So we have touched upon this, but what am I talking about it once again? So yeah, so let's move on. First with EBS. EBS is going to be attached to your EC2 instances. Okay, when I say that, I mean by that your laptop need a hard disk, hard drive in a way to have a blocks into it, C drive, D drive, or whichever drive you need. Pretty much EC2 instances does need it, right? Instances do need it. So that's what the EBS volume is, elastic block storage. Yeah, comes in a different flavor, but before that, let me talk about is its features. It's similar to hard drive. Okay, I get it. So 1 GB to 16 TB. Okay, I can have like number of volumes, not just one. So you can imagine you can have 100 of them. Make sure the performance is taken care of, and create partition. Boot OS one will come once you are attaching AMI. It will come up with the next one is the EBS volume you will choose. That will be your boot OS, which will be your considered as in the Windows as a C drive. Never been a OS, iOS Macintosh user, so I don't know what exactly called as in Apple. But yeah, in the Windows C drive sort of thing, which is for your boot OS. Multiple volumes on the same EC2 instance we talked about. You can have multiple volumes attached for different purpose. Where you somewhere you want to put your database backup, somewhere you want to keep your OS, somewhere you want to keep your application images, whatever. Yeah. So suitable for what things? Databases, for database files, MDF, LDF, as you know, or many others. File system, as an extended file system, you can have multiple volumes. Block level storage, blocked. Okay, so is EBS is dependent dependent of EC2 instance life? No, it is. It is not. It is actually independent of each other's life. So you can remove EC2 instance and EBS can live. You can remove EBS other than OS1. This can pretty much live. So where can I find upcoming lectures, guys? Hold on to that. I will share that information. So we are discussing ABS, which is important part. I would say that right now. So durability and backup. What about that? Let me, I sometimes don't like this scribbling. Even I am very frustrated with the not linear lines. Okay, so automatic replication within it's easy. So what if in case something goes down? What if in case something happens? Is AWS is taking care of that? Yes, we have it. So you can choose, it will replicate itself in the one easy. Yeah, so snapshot backup for Amazon S3. So all the snapshots are backed up to the S3. S3 in itself, it's a highly available, durable, scalable, and many other things. Storage. So one, the snapshot you take, snapshot is very specifically take a picture of whatever happening at that moment. As is, you store it somewhere. So then if in case something goes wrong, you can restore a snapshot to a new EBS volume as well. So pretty much when you're running new patch, upgrade, anything, you take a snapshot beforehand to ensure any of the changes would not jeopardize your application's processing. So that's pretty much you can do it. It will house it onto the S3, and S3 itself keep backup onto the three different uh, easy. So pretty much a durable thing. You could also have encrypted. So on the fly, you can choose to encrypt it. I'll show that, and that too at no additional cost. Wow. I was about to miss that section. So yes, no additional cost, and you can encrypt that thing. Yeah. So what's the difference between S3 and ABS in a single line? S3 is object-based storage. Object, any unstructured object, file, images, databases, anything you can house onto that. EBS is a block-based storage, which is a blocks associated to your EC2 instances, like like a file system, like drives to your hard drive. And S3 is not a drive for you. S3 is where you cannot install the OS. It's a storage like of Google Drive, like of Dropbox. That's what S3 is. Okay, so backup to Amazon S3, does it involve cost? I think it does. Only for the first one, it will be not cost. I don't remember it is for the RDS or what. We'll check and share with you. So, oh, 1 second. Yeah, we'll have a look onto that. So pricing part is certainly something I share in the link, so you can have a deeper view onto that. But likewise, EC2 instance, we had a different families. So in technology for storage, do we have a different types? Yes, we do. SSD and HDD. What SSD is? HDDs are solid state drives, which is faster in new technology as compared to HDD. Not would say new, but yeah, a little faster to that. And then there is another thing is HDD hard disk drive. So basically that is for the throughput is like where you have a lot of storage to manage, that will be on the lower cost, designed for frequently accessed like of analytics, anything you are going to run. You might choose the HDD instead of using the SSD, so which is a balance between price and the performance, where you get IOPS. What IOPS is, input output processing. By the way, it's about how much statements are you writing, right? So highest performance as the volume designed for mission critical application, which comes in the flavor of 4 on 16 TB. You do not need to remember these guys, like size of it. Probably one thing you can remember is 16 TB is the upper limit for one of the EBS volume. Okay, so how you determine the performance attribute of SSD is based on the IOPS like 1000, 2000, 3000, and input output per second, how much you can write per second, input output operations, and on the other hand, throughput, megabyte, MB per second for the HDD. So pretty much it. And there is Amazon S3, next one. So and those who have requested, going back to the previous slide, guys, don't worry, slides will be sent to you where you can take a note later off as well, don't worry. So S3 is a managed cloud storage service. I would call it as a serverless storage for you. So you bring any of your data and put in there. You need it for your data lakes, analytics. You need it for live screening or live streaming, we call it. Yeah, so like let's consider if it is a Hotstar or Netflix, they want to launch a movie for you to view, where the data could be residing. It could be S3. From there in, you will get a URL. Basically, it gives you it's a key value pair. So you get a key for all of the objects you're putting onto the S3. So like a URL, your bucket name / your file name. So with that, you can download the file. Yeah. So that's pretty much S3 is for you to help you with storing the application assets, static web hosting, backup and disaster recovery, pretty much anything it does. So always I call it as a Swiss Army knife for you to use for application developer, for whosoever is managing S3 is doing a lot of stuff with that. So I will walk you through. I would be interested to showcase a demo. Yeah. So where in S3 is a storage where you can put anything pretty much, and it has a different layers as well. So layers or tiers we call it. So storage classes. So because every storage can have a different purpose, right? So if in case you want something to be downloaded very swiftly, you might put into the S3 standard. I would call it as a hot data, because there is no price for retrieving the data. You might use the S3 standard. And if you think there is something not going to be accessed frequently, you can use infrequent access. And I saw some stat wherein it was mentioned, if in case there is something housed onto the infrequent access for 40 days, you probably save around 30 to 40% already putting into infrequent access. What would be putting into the infrequent access? Like of backups, you might need it or might not. Might retrieve it or might not. So yeah, so that's why you would go for the one example. Yeah, so you will go for the infrequent access. Intelligent tiering, for example, data lakes for analytics. Some of the data you put a social media data of Twitter, Facebook, and Pinterest. I'm taking the right name or not, I don't know. Pinterest, yeah, I think so. So if in case you probably use Twitter and Facebook data, not for the Pinterest, then What will happen if you have put the data of Pinterest onto the i- intelligent tiering? It will automatically after 30 days move that data to infrequent access layer. So you do not have to manually do that transition. So it will be done automatically, intelligently, machine learning used. So yeah, you saving the cost to that. So yeah, so these are the things help you to save the cost and do manage things automatically. And this is one of them, one of the tier. Yeah. So S3 one zone, if there is something which is not very critical to you, you can put into the one zone. Why we require to uh, give you as an option? Because I probably have forgot to mention that S3 storage will keep into backup in three or more than three availability zone. Remember, guys, we have probably three availability zone in most of the regions. So once you put any object, like like if I put any of my singing video onto the S3, it will keep that backup into three availability zones. If in case one goes down, another one is there, then that goes down, then there is there. So it keeps on keeping that backup of that. So uh, it's like the sorry, why I stopped there, because one of the question took my attention. S3 is not available in Mumbai. No, that's not the case. S3 is the service which is very important and on available in all of our data, all of our AZs, in all of our regions. Even the newer one we launched, probably there could be some possibility if there is not, but already existing one has the S3 there. Yeah. So it has three availability zone, by the way, in Mumbai region as well, if you ask me very specifically. So in which storage OS resides and in which storage other data is stored. So OS is EBS, so let's not be confused about it. So is S3 particular to one region? Yes, it is region wide. It is not AZ wide, it is region wide. It is not global, it is on the regions. Okay, so where we were on to the point of discussing that S3, which is simple storage service. S3 is is in a different tiers are available. So one zone is going to keep house your data in one AZ only. So if in case there's something which is not that essential, you can use one availability zone to keep your data backup. Yeah. So cost is 20% lesser as compared to the infrequent access. Glacier or Glacier is for the cold data. So you can see the trend: hot data, warm data, hot and warm data, lukewarm data. Let's call that, and what shall we call it? Okay, normal data, and then there comes the cold data, which is required to be archived. So archival data, which is going to live for very long period of time, sometime years. So why do we keep data for longer period of time? For your auditing, for your compliances reasons, or whatever. Yeah, you want to keep the data for longer period of time. That's where you use the Glacier. What's the difference? It's on very cheaper prices. Cheaper when I say as compared to the standard one, it gives you a price around 0.0099 per dollar per GB. Yeah, so it's a very cost effective. And the next one is not deep dive. I keep on changing this and forget to save it. So it's a deep archive. By the way, with that, I will just say that we have one principles of AWS, which is with the name of deep dive. So dive into everything, every customer's requirement deeply. So I think uh, influenced by that, the whosoever created this slide is has put the deep dive. So by the way, this is deep archive. So deeply archiving your data. So yeah, so this is another tier. So retention is going to be 7 to 10 years. However, it is entirely your choice when you want to purge your data. I will come to that. You can create a life cycle to it. Okay, so retrieval time is the trade-off here. It does take around 12 hours. If your auditor asks you, we are visiting you tomorrow, you want to need to, if in case you need to download, you probably need 12 hours for that. Okay, so with that, there is a question I would have a look into that. What says 1 minute to 12 hours is basically to retrieve the data, Grijapati. So Glacier is for archival. Yes, if I host my S3 bucket in one region says X, I would say X is Mumbai. Can it be accessible for other region? It will be accessible for any part of the world. Yeah. S3 EC2 difference. EC2 is a virtual machine. It's a compute. So S3 is a storage. Like think of Dropbox, think of Google Cloud, right? Not Google Cloud. So think of what we call it. So Drive, Google Drive. So that's a prominent one. That's why I use it as an example for all of us to be on the same platform. So like of Dropbox, S3 is storage for the internet. So if in probably you are using iPhone, you keep your images, videos, PDF, all sort of things onto the onto onto the iCloud, right? So what iCloud is? It's a unstructured storage. Basically, it's a uh, storage for the cloud for you. So that would be object-based storage. Good example would be that. Okay, so hoping things are pretty much clear and my team is working with you, having your questions answered. I just had a look onto that too. So S3 request to pays. So for example, if you want me to download something from your website, why would you pay? You want me to pay? You can enable the request to pays. I would have a AWS account and I will be paying for the retrieving. So that's pretty much you can do. Versioning is versioning your objects and help you if in case someone mistakenly remove your data. This will help, versioning will help you to put a marker onto it so you can retrieve the data as well if someone has done that mistakenly. Hosting static website, and that was one question will also in the chat. I probably that would have been answered, but yeah, what you can do as a DR sometimes. You can also host your static website. Static means you do not have any, files moving, changing objects, anything. You can bring your HTML file, which has a code information into it, and keep it as a file, and you can host you can host your static website onto it. If your website goes down, like your okay, I should not say EC2 instance. If anything, you are running onto the on-premise, you want to redirect into the S3 as a static reference, you can pretty much put your HTML files, data, pictures, anything onto that, and you can refer to it. S3's link. There is a by the way, host name will be given to you. I will show you. Object lifecycle management. So if I say, guys, you need to move S3 data from S3 standard to Glacier manually over the period of time, like after 45 days you might need to move data into archivals, and you do it manually, it will be a lot of effort if I'm not mistaken. So for that matter, lifecycle policy is there. It will do it automatically. We'll see that. Glacier talked about it. It's a sorry, your screen is now, yeah, there you go. Low durability, low recovery time, expensive. That is not Glacier is about. This is about traditional backup environment. So you get away with that using AWS Glacier because it gives you 11 nines of durability. So if the question I say, if there's something someone asked you how many nines of durability in Glacier or in probably in the standard one as well, yeah, the answer is 11 nines, 9999999. So Siri might be speak in a very nice way. Okay, retrieval in hours, but you can you choose expedited retrieval as well as an option. So if in case something you want very faster retrieval option, you can go for expedited as well. Lifecycle policy, I talked about it. However, I would be interested to show you in a demo rather than onto the slide. So after 30 days, you want to move from ST standard to Glacier, it will be done. And you want to delete it after 300 days, 500 days, 1000 days, it will delete automatically. So, but importantly, one-way transition from the console in the lifecycle policy is you can transition from here to here, but not a lifecycle for that. And that's important one. Everyone on the line should pay attention to it. If I say that, I think there is something important to notice. From Glacier, bringing back to S3 using lifecycle policy can be little challenging. And when I say challenging, it is not possible. However, there is a lambda you can write, but yeah, one-way transition only. That is something you need to note down. Okay, so EFS, probably we should break now, as I promised, but don't worry. In a matter of few minutes, we will have a break. Guys, can you hear me well? Okay. Thank you. I got two messages, but I think pretty much everyone can hear me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got a lot of answers. Thank you, everyone. So I'll be back on storage. So I was talking about, by the way, break, which we will have shortly. EFS is what? Elastic file system. Yeah. So that's what it is. So okay, now audio is working. Thank you. So it is NFS, by the way, network file system. So for you to share the files uh, with multiple EC2 instances as one mount file, you want to mount one drive to it or one file system to it, you can use EFS. Like for all of SAP customers there, if you have been working on any SAP application, by the way, this is not use case limited to the SAP application, but I just want to take an example. If you have like mounting one of the storage to multiple EC2 instances and saving backup or anything, you can use EFS for that. Over the network, it is a storage for you. And like S3, it is dynamically elastic. So as the storage increases, as much as you store onto it, it will expand in the way it is available there. So it's elastic in nature. You pay for, like, if you have say stored something of 5 GB, you pay for 5 GB or whatever the tier is there. So if in case you have stored like a 200, and you will pay according to that. So scalable performance, shared file storage, fully managed by AWS, and keeping into 3 different availability zone as well. Very cost effective rather than you managing your own EFS system, even if in case on-premise word can be attached or mounted to EFS. So you can scale it, you can extend your uh, uh, EFS or file storage to the AWS as well. So it is designed and can support up to 10 Gbps per second and up to 500,000 IOPS. Pretty much beast it is. Yeah. So if you have thousands of EC2 instances you want to attach to it, you can pretty much do it. It's a fully managed. You need not to take care of anything. Cost effective as well. So lifecycle management, you can automatically move files that have not been accessed for 30 days. Once again here as well, to low cost optimized storage class, reducing storage cost by 85%. Okay, so I see a question onto the antivirus. So that's if in case you want to install your own antivirus, you can. Can we back up our EBS volume in S3 bucket? I think it's been answered by my colleague. So good. Moving on. So guys, with that, next one is the snowball. It's a hardware drives. So it's a briefcase size of hardware for you to transfer the data to AWS. when you would use it, you would use it in the case of uh, in case of what? So in case of you have a terabyte of data, let's consider 50 terabytes of data, which might take uh, couple of months. If in case you have 100 mbps or lower than that internet connection or uplink for that, so why don't you use something which can take your data and send across within a week? So you can use snowballs for that. One of the customer, GE, which we use it in our case study as well, migrated 750 petabyte of data using a couple of snowballs rather than waiting for a long period of time to over the internet to send it. So now require so encryption is also included into snowball, so it's a very uh, you know secure device, not in terms of only data securing but also securing itself. When I say that, it's a hardware, but it is a very rugged hardware. So how it was launched or it was shared in one of our in our demo, I was watching this video, and in that presenter, so a person who's very much animated like me tried to kick this snowball off the stage and showcased how it is rugged, how much it is rugged. So yeah, it's a pretty much rugged device, can stand up to small explosion as well, because it is made for military purpose as well. In the very remote areas, you can use the snowball for multiple purposes, for storing the uh, data, many other reasons. Simple, fast, secure, low cost. And makes me happy talking about its use cases. Cloud migration is amongst the first of one of them. Disaster recovery, keeping your data in the snowball, data center decommissioning. GE used it to move uh, data, and it's a two-way. We send it across to you, our person will come to you, bring it in, and you put the data, and we can if in case you want the data back, okay, I might be your question is that if snowball you want the data back from AWS, yes, you can use it. We would be very sad to see that off. But yeah, we will let you do that. If in case you want to take the data out of S3 as well to run something nearby your operations, you can use that pretty much for purpose as well. So yeah. Okay, content distribution, you can use it, but one of the thing I want to call out, you just have a look onto this case study, and snowmobile is by the way, it's a 45 feet long truck which consists a lot of snowballs in it, or exabyte of data. So if in case you want to move exabyte of data, then you can use snowmobile. Yeah. And there is a snowball for edge, called as a edge as well. Snowball edge is having the compute and EBS in it as well, so it is like of computer for you. As a snowball can be used for your running your lambda function as well. So pretty much it does for work for the DR as well. So if I give you an example, so snowball edge is one of the another type of snowball family is. But I will encourage you to have a look onto the videos here. Process is something like that. Console, you will raise a request. By the way, this week, no, not this week. Last week we launched Ops Hub for Snow Family, which is going to give you one new interface for managing your snowballs from there. Snow Ops Hub for you to have a note of that to have a look onto. Snowballs, it will transfer once you raise a request. Just take some time, take the data, and will dump onto the S3. From there on, you do it anything you want. Can Snowball be used transfer data geographically? I pretty much think it does. However, it is available in India region as well. Yeah, so Karthikeyan, it's a good question. What's the procedure in there? How much timeline? I would need to check that, by the way, across geography. By the way, you can, once you have within the geography, once you have data into S3, you can pretty much transfer. Yeah, but that's another way of considering cost and other parameters. I understand that question. Pricing for the snowball, we'll share with the link with you. It's as far as I remember, the price was like $10 costing you per day, something like that. Oh, sorry, I was moving my cursor and it just did that. Okay, so I can see a lot of interest into that. So yeah, we can pretty much share the pricing part with all of you. Each snowball can hold what amount of data? So we now have a new snowball which has come, which is housing 100 terabyte of data as well, 100 TB. So yeah, so this is fairly new launch, but we have 50, 70, 50 and 80 TB of in the US available. I need to check what is available in India region. By the way, as far as I remember, we launched a new one with a 100 TB flavor as well. Okay, so moving on, CloudFront. So on the front, we have talked about what it is used for. It is CDN, content delivery network, dynamic static streaming interactive content for you for faster process storage uh, near your location. It is using that. Request for your content are automatically routed to the nearest edge location like Delhi. If in case you are in Jammu Kashmir accessing something, it will be shared to you from Delhi in the as a cache region. Oh, sorry, cached location. Also works seamlessly with any other non-AWS origin server as well. You can use it pretty much for non-region as well. So with so many customers like of Slack, Spotify, Supercell very specifically want to call out, they are using more than 8.5 million daily players on their gaming platform using it. Supercell uses Amazon CloudFront to deliver dynamic web content around the world. So how exactly it happens? So let's take an example. How can we control the cache manually? Good question. So there is a term called as a TTL, time to live. By default, I think it is going to keep your data for 24 hours. If you want to extend up to a week, you can put pretty much 7 days time in there. It will last long. So based on that, the prices would be, yeah. So yeah, you have a control onto that. So example, it's an international example. It's not Jammu Kashmir anymore. So if my data S3 bucket is in the US and I want to access something, uh, S3 onto the US, and you want it to be cached nearby your location to access that data, you might use CloudFront, and from onwards after first request, it will keep on taking the data from the caching location. What caching location basically housing or consists of is optimized storage devices for caching specifically. So compressed form, a very I won't be going into that technical details, neither I know of that much, but yeah, it's a well compressed, good parallel access to the resources you can get onto the from the edge locations. Okay, so that was CDN for you. That was CloudFront for you. CloudFront, remember the name. Front face for your application onto the cloud can be this. So if I create an architecture with what we have learned, what we are seeing here, EC2 instance is here. I have created the application which also have a web server, which is a web server also running the business application and database as well. So it's a standalone, pretty much doing everything. And instance store, however, it's a type of another storage. Need not to get into much of details about it. But this is another type of storage not used prominently anymore. But yeah, because of its ephemeral nature. So once you restart reboot or something, it will lose the content. Yeah. So once instance life gone, it's gone. By the way, EBS is stored there for keeping the database files and S3 bucket for static content. So that's what I have created as a first architecture. Pretty much once we lift our content from the on-premise to the cloud, this is the basic where we will start with. Okay, so knowledge check, and then we'll break for the not lunch, break for a break. So knowledge check. Which of the following best described the type of data for which Amazon S3 Glacier is best suitable? Guys, over to you. And we have how many edge locations? 216 edge location and POPs. POPs is point of presence around the globe. Okay, so there are a lot of answers coming in, and none of them being wrong so far. So I would not hold on to the answers. So yes, it's B and C. Thank you everyone for your answers. So it's not a block storage; it's a object storage. Sometimes initially, once we get started, we get a little bit of dilemma of answering it with the block or object. So guys, a block is block drive. Remember, like hard disk drive is a block. So this is object, any object. Next question. So your organization is planning to build big data. So remember, you need to extract the keywords, big data, project onto the AWS. Need high transfer data rates for huge workload. High transfer, it means high throughput. Okay, I got you. They are also looking for solution which is cost effective. Okay, price is another thing. Okay, so which EBS storage type do you consider, guys? Okay, so there's a battle going on between the provision and throughput, and certainly big data, as you remember, high throughput. Take an example, it's a not provision, so it's won by the throughput optimize. So these are the things we would consider once we are architecting what exactly the requirement is. Yeah, so good job done everyone. Thank you for your answers. It's a throughput optimized HDD. Yes, maximum answers are right, and I'm very happy about it as a trainer. So right now I missed my second promise of giving you break at 11:10. So, hoping that was worth talking a lot about storage. You might have a now baseline view of what sort of storages are available. And next, onus is on you to further explore it. Okay, so next one is to going into database. And yes, I'm going to take a break, everyone. So this one would be for the 10 minutes once again. And then we will jump back on to our next discussion on database. Three things to take away from the database. Let me first put a timer, then I will speak about it. Okay, I will speak once we are return. Once we will return. I also need a break. So 10 minutes for all of you. Catch you back. I am on a mute. Before that, will it charge number of requests at edge locations? Guys, I will send you, Ramakishan, I'll send you the link for that. So you can see what are the things there. It's a request, get, put option, whatever you're using. Based on that, it will be charged. And TTL as well consisted. So you give you the better picture once I will share your pricing link. I'm on to that. Catch you in 9 minutes, 30 seconds. We are going to cover that. Okay, so by the way, every data by how many databases do we have? If that's the question, it's 15 databases we have. We call it right tool for the right job. So purposely built databases are available. That's one thing. Second thing is managed databases available for you to not do undifferentiated heavy lifting. We take care of them. So we take care of the backups, management, provisioning, everything for you. All you need to take care of is your data, indexing, managing everything, managing the data, I mean by that. So next thing is to moving from the punitive licensing terms, paying a lot at the cost side, or moving to the open source databases. If that's in your roadmap, you want to run some sort of workload onto the AWS on open source database availability, you can certainly do that. Let's dive deep into that. Three things I wanted to talk about. So, okay, so one thing is first thing first. Oh, I'm sorry. First thing first is DIY. DIY is do it yourself. Where my cursor is there, do it yourself, or you get AWS database service. So you can either install your database on EC2 instance. From there on, you can manage everything like operating system access you will get, and any feature you need specific to your application, you can create that, any script file, whatever you want. So onto the EC2, pretty much you can do that, or you can choose managed service. AWS database service is easy to set up, manage, maintain. So in the console, you choose what you need. It will be catered to you. And push button high availability. So in two availability zones, if you want high availability achieved, you can pretty much do that. It's just a click away. Focus on performance rather than, yes, you guessed it well. So rather than infrastructure, you focus on the performance, your indexing, on your data. Manage infrastructure, and you get everything managed. How? Let's see. So we have 15 different types of databases available, but for as you know, we are going to discuss about the major one of them. But I will call out few of them which you might like to have a look onto. And before I could start, there were questions: is AWS database is RDBMS or NoSQL DB? So next slide is about that. You are just a couple of slides ahead of me, so I will come to that. So let me see what's on my next slide. Where is my PowerPoint? There it is. Yeah, next one is that, if this is a question. RDS is a relation. Okay, let's go one by one. So there is a huge demand of NoSQL nowadays, but we cannot escape out of traditional. Traditionally, we have been using a lot is, as you know, relational database. RDS is the offering for the relational database, and Amazon DynamoDB is NoSQL, non-relational. We'll see that. So if next one would be, if you ask, how do you migrate? Do we have any service? So yes, there is DMS for you. Probably you have been attending our previous sessions on migration. Don't worry if you are not. But yeah, that was about diving deep into how exactly it is happening. That can also consist a demo into it. So yeah, DMS is for migrating homogeneous, heterogeneous. Pretty much it can control for you. Redshift, data warehouse. Another type of database is now warehouse data, where we keep the data from ERP, from CRM, from different LOBs, financial, HR, and then we run a reporting onto that data warehouse. Do we have anything on of that sort onto the cloud? Yes, Redshift is that. So that's a sneak peek. And after trailer, we'll see more specifications about that. First thing first, relation database and key value. Relation is Excel sort of row columns, fixed schema. You can to change, you will have to change everything on the schema side. Query using SQL, structured query language. Scalability is vertical, adding RAM, ROM on the same Same instance. Example, this is the way, like this is a column, this has this information, and this is a column, another information. Yeah. On to the other hand, key value pairs on NoSQL is also very multiple types, like of that's the one you can see on your screen is key value pair, and then there is a document based. Document is like uh, created into part of documents, JSON format sort of thing. And then there is a graphical based, so more of interrelation between the uh, items between your database. For example, uh, I take usually the example of it, like for example, if you want to track uh, yeah, okay, I will use the simple example, not this one. So for example, in the social networking, friends of friends we have on Facebook, yeah, so that's a relation and between our organization, who reports to whom. So yeah, hierarchical structure, hierarchy, that side sort of graphical. And there is a column width as well, wherein you putting data a lot on a single column, that's where you use it. By the way, not get confused, all is here to talk about. That was something for the database admins, by the way. So for schema is dynamic, which can change. You can put new table at any given point of time. Focus on collection of documents as like this way. Horizontal, you can add more notes to it. And pretty much in a lot of trend right now, NoSQL. So definition of NoSQL is nothing actually. So, but it is also considered NoSQL to call as a not only SQL. So RDS, Relation Database Service, as the name says, it is our RDS offerings. With that, it supports 6 different database engines. We'll come to that. So this service helps you to easily scale, add more storage, add more compute, automatically software patching. Hmm. So what does that talk about is adding more, patching of your OS, of new software available. For example, SQL Server, if there is a new updates available, it will be done by AWS automatically. Right. So talk to you about no more maintenance, no more audits you need to run regularly to see if things are updated or not. So many companies spending a lot of time into that. So automated backups for you, database snapshot for you, multi-AZ. So in a matter of click, you can launch a secondary instance synchronously, replicating the data for you in a 2 different AZs. One goes down and the one is there for you to take care of your instance. Your application will not suffer. Yeah. So automatically host replacement in the case of Aurora, if in case RDS as well, or if in case something happens onto the host side, it will automatically do that. Sort of auto recovery thing. Encryption at rest and in transit. So very important thing is to notice if your data can be encrypted at rest when it is residing onto the disk. Yes. And while moving, HTTPS. Yes. In transit, you can use TLS and SSL. Okay. So RDS compatibility, 6 engines to remember. First is, by the way, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What are those which are open source? MariaDB open source, Postgres open source, and MySQL open source for you. And commercial grade is there, SQL Server, MS SQL. I should update that too. Oracle is there. It's one of the oldest database, by the way, in the industry we can consider, is also compatible to run onto the RDS. You can bring your own license as well. So Aurora is our own brainchild. We'll spend some time on this also sharing. And apply point updates automatically, so you can have the facility of applying the updates automatically for the RDS. Many other benefits like of it creates the read replicas, and you can keep it in a secure VPC environment and many others. So RDS AWS manages. So if in case there can be many questions, what AWS does support, what you do support. So if it is very particular question onto the RDS, you might say OS and patches installation and patches is AWS responsibility, not customer's responsibility. Don't worry, we'll come to that. So database software installation, we do that. All you need to do is select what you need. uh, Database backups, it's been taken care. You assign the timeline, so it will be done. Power rack stack, yes, pretty much. Server maintenance is being yeah, you assign a time. On the server side, we will assign the we will do the maintenance. But does customer manage, which is pretty much you are concerned most about your application optimization, your database schema, and your data. And heavy lifting is done by RDS. Benefits, obviously, it's a managed. So, okay, one second. There you go. So RDS benefits, it's a managed, it's a backups, patch management, replication, elasticity, security, to name a few. These are all the benefits of using the RDS service. So just want to say, if in case you're running your workload onto the Oracle, on the SQL Server or any other, you want to move to the managed services, managed database, you can pretty much use RDS of AWS. Saves a lot of cost if in case you move to the on-premise or you move to the open source as well, as given a choice. Aurora. So compared to the commercial database, VPC, we will come to that, guys. Don't worry. Compared to the commercial database, uh, yeah, compared to that, if in case you want to move to the AWS, Aurora will help you to reduce your database cost by 90%. It's a 1/10 of the cost of running your resources on as compared to the on-premise to the cloud. Aurora. It is fully managed service, database service, giving compatible with the MySQL and Postgres engines. Yeah, so this is fast, 5 times faster. Postgres is 3 times faster as a standard Postgres database. Yeah, so it's a distributed, fault-tolerant, self-healing storage system. If in case something happens with the storage, it will self-heal because it is keeping the copy in a 3 different availability zone, 6 times replicating it. Yeah, read and write as well. So let me just clean it. So continuous backup, as like of RDS, it takes onto the S3 and making sure your database backup is not lost. Up to 15 low latency read replicas. So what's the benefit of it? So if in case you are writing a lot onto your database, like of thousands of thousand parallel writes, as I given you an example of Nike using Aurora, by the way, they do billions of scans of their products. So they wanted something which can scale low latency geographically available database. So Aurora was the one choice for them to use. So it can have 15 low latency read replicas, which is async instance or running the replicas in a different GUs. Yeah. Okay, so you can create 15 of them. So next one is DynamoDB. Just excuse me for a second. Okay, sorry. Thank you for excusing me for a minute. One second. So next one is NoSQL one. Sorry, there was some time I needed. Okay, so SQL, sorry, a relational database is RDS for you. to run on relational databases. And next one is DynamoDB, which is our on brainchild as well. AWS one is one of the service being used by many customers for different purposes. But so you can use DynamoDB for fast, flexible NoSQL DBs compatible with key value and document database. Yeah, so it's a fully managed. Aurora is also in the flavor of serverless, which will auto scale and auto scale down. Similarly, DynamoDB is auto scale down. So it's a fully managed as well as serverless. Supports both document and key value for application that needs consistent single-digit millisecond latency at any scale. You would use DynamoDB for that purpose. Many customers using it, even customers moving from the MongoDB, taking the benefits of DynamoDB as well. And internally at Amazon.com, we moved many of the applications from relational to non-relational as well, which certainly have taken time. Depends upon the skill sets you might consider while migrating. So. So yeah, it helps you to gain the single digit millisecond latency. Use cases for the mobile backends, tech, gaming, IoT. You can use NoSQL database of DynamoDB on AWS. Then next one is, let me see, my screen is actually the, yeah, there it is. It's the Elastic Cache. So Elastic Cache is in-memory database. So you might have worked onto this on open source uh, engines of in-memory database Redis and Memcached. If in case not, we have it as a managed service available for you to try it out. So for example, if you need a very ultra low latency, so you can use Elastic Cache for that matter. Yeah, so it is a web service which makes it easy to deploy, operate, and scale in-memory data store or cache in the cloud. So don't get confused between the edge location and this, because edge location on the construct side, this is on the application side as a database. So this will help to developers to retrieve information from fast managed in-memory data stores instead of relying on to the slower disk-based databases. So when a request is sent, the caching layer checks to determine whether it has the answer. For example, every time I go to the Amazon.com website, it knows I'm searching the new iPhone I want to buy from past many years. And even though still not buying, yeah. So it will tell, okay, this guy is extremely looking for all the time this information. It is available in the cache, so give it at a faster rate. So that's a very typical example to give you. So that's how it is. So it's a caching database for you. In memory, NoSQL data. Okay, so yeah, so the question comes next is, how do we migrate? So for the migration, you can use the service DMS, Database Migration Service. Yeah, so migrate to and from commercial and open source database, SQL to MS SQL to MS SQL to Oracle to Oracle. Pretty much you can do that. You can even bring your license. You just need to see the terms there, and then you can have the benefit of managed databases, right? So it supports homogeneous, likewise. So SQL to SQL or heterogeneous as well. NoSQL to SQL as well. Oh, sorry, SQL to NoSQL in a way. So like moving from SQL to in the word of relation database, like of commercial to non-commercial can be, or we say it open source, like of Postgres or MySQL. You can do that as well. So stream data into Amazon Redshift from supported sources. It can also stream the data onto the data warehouse as well while migrating. Use case dev, test, database consolidation, continuous data replications. These are the typical use cases of it. Redshift is a fully managed data warehouse in the cloud which starts with a $0.25 per hour at petabyte scale. You can start managing your data warehouse. So yeah, you can bring your existing business. You can use existing business intelligence tools like Tableau, or you can use SAP Object, uh, and or maybe you can use AWS provided uh, tools. So yeah, it is easy to set up provision. It scales rapidly. It monitors the node and drive the failure recovery for you onto the data warehouse side, and it is 10 times performant than traditional databases, 2 times faster than Snowflake, which is one of a prominent one even in the market. You can see Teradata, it is really faster than that. You can move from Netezza, Redshift, or any one of them. Yeah, so you can start small for just 1.25 per hour or $1,000 per year per TB. You can also use the Redshift with. So very quickly, that was about Redshift. There are some questions which are already been taken care by my colleague, but I'll specifically look at the migration one. For heterogeneous migration, do we need to use SCT? Yes, Sandeep. For heterogeneous, you need to use SCT. So SCT is what? Schema conversion tool. So as the name suggests, SCT, schema conversion tool. So it will use the conversion there. Okay. So is there any migration service migrate F5 to any database? Not sure about that, but yeah, DMS you need to explore. You can find your use case there. Can we migrate data from Oracle DB to DynamoDB permanently? Yes, this is what we did internally with Amazon.com as well. So Oracle was migrated to the DynamoDB. Even one of the use case I read about, like 50 of servers of Oracle RAC was migrated to one cluster, one service of DynamoDB. So yeah, you can use it for multiple purposes. Guys, I can see there are a lot of technical dive in question coming in. Sorry, this session would not be getting into that much technical details. I understand your curiosity, but for that matter, we have very specific sessions onto the migration and its know how exactly things work. So if in case something has been skipped, not given answer to that, that's purely because we this session is very introductory session. But yeah, we are trying our best to make it more useful for the people who have a good amount of time. Okay, so I would reiterate this thing again: right tool for the right job. That's why we have 15 different type of databases available on our platform. So few of them we have talked about, few of them you might like to explore further, like of Neptune, like of DocumentDB, which supports the MongoDB APIs, Cassandra, HBase compatible. You can have a look onto that too. Okay, so knowledge check. With that, we are now to the knowledge check. What would be your answer to this? Oh yeah, before you all start typing your answers, elimination. So MySQL is supported fine. Oh yeah, this pretty much all of the above. Thank you guys. Good answer. Liked it. And with that, let's move on to the next part. And that talks, let's take a break. But we are not, because we took the first break, second break, little late. But this talks about our new service, Code Guru. Uh, yeah, so this is something which is going to help developer. Sure. So which is going to help developer to find the expensive statements within their code, Java written code. So yeah, so it's a machine learning service for you. Okay, so we'll have a break for that, but in next couple of minutes, not now. Let's jump on to the next one, networking part. So networking is about By the way, there are no polls, so we just wanted to give you have your answers in the chat. So those who are looking for the polls just can type your answer in the chat. So networking is a VPC. VPC has been many time I have referred to that, and some of you also asked me what VPC in between, and my colleagues have helped to answer you. But I would reiterate what exactly is that. Direct connect is something to give a connectivity from on-premise to the cloud. Route 53, we'll see. What's that? Just remember, 53 is a port of DNS, so it is something to do with the domain name system. So we'll see that. So VPC, I try to explain it in a different way. So EC2, you remember, it's a virtual machine, guys. So earlier, when we started our offerings in 2006, we had EC2 instances with the name of EC2 Classic. So what was that? EC2 Classic was pretty much free soul in the cloud. So you can get the compute provided to you, but that was among the shared network. It's a shared environment, I would say, not network. So for you to limit the access to everything, you need to do like we already do in the internet is putting the firewalls, right? But customer needed a private virtual network. So you as a LAN, like for example, if I'm a part of AWS, we have our own network, which is defined boundaries for us. Yeah, private IPs, which is privately known to us only, or public, which we want to expose to internet. We keep it in there. Yeah, so that way, we launched VPC, which is virtual private cloud. So you can virtually create your own cloud among the shared environment. So that is VPC. I'm hoping that's pretty much fine now. So now the EC2 instances are housing within that. It gets an IP address. If you go and check, you ping, you will see there is a IP given to you. If you write on your laptop in a CMD IP config, there will be an IP address to it, private IP address, right? So that sort you can give you can create a boundary, and within that you can give the network resources to your network association to your resources. That's what VPC is in short. So in a logical explanation, it is logical isolated cloud resources. Yeah. So private virtual network in the AWS, that is what is segregating you, isolating you, complete control. You can put your IP address you need, public or private subnet. If you want to keep something open for the world, you're fine with it. So for example, if we have amazon.com or some website we want to open for the world, we might give it open the web interface for that. And if there is some database, we might keep it into what? Private subnet. So that's pretty much you can control from here in. Network topologies, you manage route table, route to internet, who can access internet, who cannot, will define this table. Network gateway configuration. So pretty much to sum up, complete control on your network. So those who are from the background of network, is not just for them to understand this. This is for everyone, and this is not tricky one wherein you are going to manage a lot of switches, routers, cables, LANs. You need to manage the networking on the software based. So this is software based, new word. Control access using NACLs and security groups. Right now, just think of like it is firewalls. Yeah. So like of lockdown. So I cannot get out of. Oh no. So NACLs. Okay, I will explain in the next drawing I would be doing, which I'm sure you are not excited about, but I will try to explain in a very in a graphical way. Yeah. So connect VPC to your on-premise site. Yeah, you can connect to your cloud-based logical isolation with your on-premise using the VPN. VPN, as we know, we all are connected using VPN from our houses, right? So that is your virtual private network. You can pretty much create one on your in your console as well. So since this question has come up twice, difference between NACLs and security groups, let me take that one. But I'm taking that one, and okay, there it is. I didn't realize that it was on the next slide. So network access control list act as a firewall for associated subnet and controlling both inbound and outbound, who can enter, who cannot leave. So you can assign that IP to that. Security groups pretty much is also as a firewall, but onto the EC2 level, not onto the subnet level. As you can see, it is on the subnet level. I will demystify what does that mean. But just remember, you launched an EC2 instance. Security group will be firewall for you. You can only allow rules. It's a stateful. Allows responsible from the allowed inbound traffic and outbound as well. So if you open the port 22, it is inbound and outbound port. You cannot limit, you can just open. Only allow rules. Okay, so here we go. This is on your region level, let's call it VPC. And there is, within the VPC, you create two subnets. So what exactly is that? You put a slot, what you need. If you know how exactly the private IP slots are, so have a look onto that. You will find very easily onto the internet private IP address classes. Yeah, so it's with the 10.0.0.0.192.168 or 172.16. So you can choose a CIDR block, classless interdomain CIDR, classless interdomain routing. You can do that. So for example, I use that 10.0.0./16 onto the VPC level. It does mean I can have 65,000 host into that, and with that I can create within this subnets. So further on, I'm now breaking it down in a different networks, sub network. Yeah, so for example, I take now further 10.0.0. This is not any art to create it, by the way. There is some website which can help you with the subnetting. So I keep it like 24. This is guys 24, don't take it as a 14. So yeah, I'm trying my level best using my mouse on my notepad. So yeah, so this will be having around, if it is 24, I think it is having around 256 hosts into it. And if this can connect to internet or not, this will be defined if it has a route to internet gateway or not. And this will have a route to this subnet rather than to the internet. So it means it will be a private subnet. So this is how the networking is designed, and VPC is pretty much doing this. You can create one yourself. I will highly encourage you to try this one. Okay, so yeah, your question onto the I cannot do the control Z, sorry about it. So network control, this would be on your subnet level, so which I created internally. You can create who can come into the subnet or not. This will be onto the EC2 level, who can access what or not. Yeah, so like in the lockdown, I can go out of my house or not. This will define. Can I go out of society? This will be, oh sorry, this will be, it's interchangeably written. Can I go out of my society? No, it's a NACLs. It's my subnet restricting me. Can I go out of my house? It's a security groups that way. Next one, the one-off. I will leave it for all of you to have a look onto that, because I have tried to convey most of the information in a very discussion way. So yeah, it is for you to refer to that. Security groups, as an example, this is a public subnet, this is a private subnet. If you see here in the security group A, which is this one, it is pretty much 00000. Everyone is allowed on which port? 80 and 443, which is for the website, usually web application. So that's how you would put the rules onto the security group level. And I will call out on the VPC security group C, which is this one. This, let's consider it has a database, and it will have all the access to the security group B, not to the internet. So yeah, you can see if this is a application here, application can talk to database, and but database cannot talk to the internet. How you can create security groups, I will showcase you in a demo very quickly. Don't worry, guys. Amazon VPC key benefits, it's elastic. You can create 200 subnets, 5 VPC, but this is a soft limit. You can increase number of VPC within an environment, flexible, high configurable, complete control, and all of the other benefits you get with the cloud. It's secure, it's very low cost. Oh, why I'm saying very low cost? Because it has no cost. It is free of cost for you to use. Okay, so Amazon Virtual Private Cloud, how you get connectivity over the your on-premise world to your from your data center to your cloud. These are the things over the internet as a simple way. If you want something secure, you can use a VPN, which you can create over the console in a matter of minutes. It's not a typical hardware configuration you need to make. It's a easy peasy using the VPN over the console you can create. Direct connect, we'll talk about in the next slide. Private link is a private link. So like S3 is one of the service onto the AWS cloud. So if EC2 wants to connect to it, it will open an endpoint. So this is me internally. This is my address internally. Why don't you internally use the private link, our own network bandwidth, our own secure connection, rather than going over the internet? That would be a private link. So you create endpoints for the services, and many services have the endpoints for the private link. ENI is Elastic Network Interface, basically an additional Ethernet port for you to give an Elastic IP, give a MAC address, or give a attach a security groups as well. So by the way, in the background, in actual security group is assigned to it's not a good statement to say it's attached to EC2 instance, which is exactly the reality, but on a granular level, it is attached to interface ENIs. Okay, so I promised Direct Connect will be talked about in the next slide. So what Direct Connect is? It is a dedicated bandwidth given to you or provided to you from our partner location. So data centers needs a partner location. Direct Connect needs a partner location like this. Like this is your cloud, and this is your data centers. So if you want access, which should be very dedicated access, you can use leverage one of our partner for that bandwidth, 1 Gbps or 10 Gbps. We have a direct link connectivity with that, with those partners locations. So we have many partners in India as well, or globally as well. In India, some of the partners like NetMagic and other partners are helping with our technology partners specifically with the direct connection to our customers. So you can not just use it for a dedicated bandwidth with the cloud, but also to migrate your data. You can use Direct Connect. So Direct Connect, private connectivity between AWS and your data center. It helps you with what? Reduce network cost, increase the bandwidth, 1 Gbps and 10 Gbps, and consistent. And it can be partitioned into multiple VLANs. Those who know this term in the networking, you can create your virtual interfaces. Like for service of S3, you want to migrate some data, some other service, you can create your own VLANs for that. Yeah. So use the same connection to access public and private sources. So pretty much you can do that using the Direct Connect over a specific bandwidth. Knowledge check, easy peasy, because I just talked about it. Uh, that connects in itself is not a data transfer service. Rather, that connect provide a high bandwidth backbone that can be used to transfer data between a corporate network without data traveling. Oh yeah. Okay. So what do you see, guys? Can we use it for transferring data? Should not be a question, but yeah, it is. So yes, since we have just a discussion about it, it's a truth. So if I add a question to it, so Direct Connect has a bandwidth of 10 Gbps or 15 Gbps. A or B, what would be your answer for that? 10. Yes, it's in the flavor of 1 Gbps and 10 Gbps. Right, everyone. Thank you. So good. Next is Route 53, which is scalable domain name system. So you can also get your domains registered. So if in case you want any website domain, you can use DNS. For example, any human readable name you need for your IP, public IP address. For example, Amazon.com has a public IP address, which certainly we cannot remember or cannot use every time you launch or log into Amazon.com. You need a human readable name, right? So you get it. Route 53 will help you with that. It will help you to route the internet traffic to the resources of your domain, DNS. Yeah. Check the health of your resources, if your resources are running fine or not. Resolve your user requests to both AWS and other infrastructure, and pay only for it's a managed service. So based on the queries resolved, you will be paying for that. So Route 53 policy options are this way. So latency based routing, so which has the lowest latency geographically, it will transfer the traffic there. For example, if in case I'm accessing from in between China and India and Singapore, so which is the least latency, it will, based on that, it will send my request to that region. Weighted routing, I can specify proportion of traffic routed to each server, like 50% to India, 50% to China, 50% to maybe, oh, it's above 100%, sorry. So yeah, you can put it like 20, 30, 20, 27, 20, 80 or whatever weight you want to put in based on your user consumption. And DNS failover, if in case one region goes down. If someone asks me, in case of disaster recovery, what do we use service as a for web interface? Route 53. If the whole region goes down, it will automatically detect it. The resources are not reachable, unhealthy, and traffic will be routed to different region. Yeah, so it's a failover. Benefits: ELB integration. What ELB is? Load balancer. It has integration with it. So CloudFront Zone Apex. Oh yeah, that's a good one. So Zone Apex, remember it. So it helps you to determine the subdomain as well. For example, AWS website is aws.amazon.com. So the domain is amazon.com and subdomain is aws.amazon.com. So Zone Apex, for that, it will help to resolve that too. So it will redirecting the domain to website hosted onto the EC2 on AWS is described that way. So S3 Zone Apex is supported with that, and someone also asked about Route 53 S3 combination. Some question was there, so yeah, it does support S3 Zone Apex as well. So console is there. You can manage use Amazon Route 53 console, and for that Zone Apex, you can find more information on this website as well, on this YouTube link as well. So you remember we had some challenges with the first infrastructure which we created. So there is a one we can see here. Uh, yeah, so hybrid cloud has now there is some challenge with the hybrid cloud since we want to make a connection with the corporate data center. Guys, which consistent bandwidth do you think we need to consider here? So, what are the challenges? First, let's look into that. So, network challenges are performance, reliability, storage challenges are duplication. So, you're saving some data backups onto your on premise as well as onto the cloud. Too much network traffic, cost efficient. So, what we can use for that? Communication challenges, I think one as mentioned in the chat as well, some DNS resolver names. What you can use for that purpose is Route 53. So this would be once we will put all together for connectivity with the data center, you can use direct connect or you can use VPN, by the way, depends upon your bandwidth requirement. Yeah, if in case uh, it's under 1 Gbps, you might use VPN for that matter. EFS we replaced with the multiple EBS volumes. You can use EFS for that, network shared file storage or file system, and also you can use Can you hear me now? Okay, so I just switched back uh, to different Wi-Fi. So something went down, but I think you have taken the opportunity to have a good look at your question. So okay, so did you answer that? Okay, so some of the answers are coming in. It's A and C. So it helps you to route traffic based on the lower latency, as you remember, latency based, and resolve the client request, including the domain backs as well. Yeah. So guys, remember this question can come in your assessment as well. So next one is the management tools. After that, we'll have a short break and. What about the automatic load balancing between multiple AWS regions? So that's EL. It's not that true. It's not balancing the load. You can have the weighted one for that matter. Okay, management tool is CloudWatch, CloudFormation, and AWS Trusted Advisor. So we can swiftly go through them because it's in its name. Answer is CloudWatch, which is watching over everything. So with that name suggests it's a monitoring service. Cloud formation, so forming the cloud. So you can keep your infrastructure as a code, like of Chef, Ansible, or Chef or Terraform. So you can create your infrastructure as a code. For that, AWS has a service called as a cloud formation. So what's a unique value here is it's a designer. So you can drag and drop AWS services and it will pretty much neatly showcase the script for it. Trusted advisor. So someone who trusts your environment and will tell you which you might need to fix. Yeah, so we'll come to that. What exactly trusted advisor does: help you to gain knowledge on what's going around within your console, within your account, which what are the things you need to fix, maybe. Yeah, from the 5 different pillars, like of cost, security, performance. We'll see that, dive deep into that. So CloudWatch, as name suggests, it is to monitor resources. It is to okay, there you go. Now, so resources and application monitoring service, automatic with custom metrics. You can create your own custom metrics as well, metrics, or some call it as matrices. So you can do that. Resource utilization, operational performance, and demand patterns. So you can create your own dashboards as well, and you can find the performance utilization, what's all going over in last month, week. Yeah, so you can have a view onto that. You can create very nice dashboards in a different ways. You can use a pie charts. You can use yeah, many other things. So trigger from CPU utilization, disk, and network. So yeah, based on to the type of resources you're using. For example, if you're using CloudWatch with EC2 instances, it, by the way, it comes by default. Yeah, so CloudWatch is only charged if in case with the EC2s, very specifically I'm talking about, if in case you are asking for the granular or detailed logs per second, I think, yeah, per second. So for that there is a minimal charges are available. However, it comes as a sum is greater than its parts, so it comes as a part of your service. Yeah, so if in case you're using DynamoDB, it will monitor your different matrices like write written transactions, read transactions, and all together onto the EC2 instance. It will write, it will understand CPU utilization. It will tell you about uh, network in, network out, and many other things. Yeah, so based on the service, different matrices are available. Like for machine learning, it will tell you how much loss you have on your machine learning model. So different service will give you the different aspects with the logs. Yeah. So you can also integrate with the different services as well. So reliable, scalable, flexible, can be accessible using SDK, CLI, and console. CloudFormation infra. So next is CloudFormation is infrastructure as a code. So you can create your infrastructure pretty much as a code. You can so for example, you create your whole VPC, and in that, within that, you have around 100 subnets. So if I ask you to launch similar environment for a testing purpose on a production scale, it's a humongous efforts, right? So right way would be to deploy it using the code. So you can create your infrastructure as a code, as a JSON or YAML, yet another markup language. You can use that and launch it. You can tweak it at any given point of time. You can give it IP addresses. You can create your own blueprint around your environment, and you can launch as you would like to. So CloudWatch also helps you with the alerts. So for example, alerting you how much you have spent on your account and all sort of things. By the way, why we are having now Elastic Beanstalk here? It's a managed service, one of the service. Yeah, this is a good example of platform as a service. Beanstalk is for your web applications. So if in case you want to launch a web application, you are not sure about how much EC2 instance or what EC2 instance you need, EBS provisioning, you don't know security groups, you don't know auto scaling, you need a platform. For that matter, you have a Beanstalk. However, over the time, If you learn the things, or maybe you already know that, but you just want to launch as soon as possible, that you in Beanstalk, you have full access to everything. You can tweak all of the configuration. You need RDS, you can add RDS. You can add more storage or whatever you want. You have full access to the resources. All you need, all you need is to bring your application code, a build, a zip file, and throw it onto the Beanstalk, and rest Beanstalk will take care of it. Like provisioning of IIS server, provisioning of Apache, PHP, whatever you need, it will take care of it. So Beanstalk is idle. If you have a PHP, Java, Python, Ruby, dot JS, Node.js as we know it, and .NET, Go, or even your Docker-based web application, and that's what the information I had when previously I learned it. So you can have a look onto that. What other languages are supported with this? So web scale application website you need to launch, you can pretty much use it. IIS supported, Apache, Passenger, Nginx, Nginx, so whatever we call it. So it is supported. It's a platform as a service for you. Trusted Advisor is an online resource for you to help to reduce your cost by guiding you through. You need to use the RIs, reserve instances, or if there is a machine is not used much, idle sitting can guide you through, can tell you about the performance. You need to remove something, add something, security point of view. If there's a security group is open, some IPs are phishing or something like that. Yeah, there is predefined scripts are there, but yeah, based on the best practices, which will run on your account based on your configuration, based on what you have provisioned, and tell you what can be improved. So this will gain your trust by advising you. So the name suggests trusting advisor. So that's a basically preemptive, proactive approach from AWS for you to guide you with this service. Service limit, for example, if in case you have something pre-planned and you consider to be informed beforehand based on to the services, it will tell you service limit as well, which you are going to exhaust very soon, and you need to be mindful about them. So key takeaways are a lot, not even as much as we um, talked about, not just limited to the what we have on the slide, but pretty much for you to have a review onto that, give it a look. So improving initial projects, guys, you remember pretty much everything we have kept onto the EC2 instance, our application server, our what else? We kept it on the database. We kept onto the. We gave pretty much everything to EC2 instance, which was not good. So how do we improve now? So first challenge we consider from the monitoring, planning for failures, deployment side, and other challenges onto the EC2 is this performance, scalability, utilization, database challenges. We need to manage everything. Yeah, scaling, patching, everything. So once we put it all together, this is pretty much was in our first picture. Let me see the view before I jump the gun. There you go. So yeah, so what do you think for database? What we can replace EBS volumes? Oh, by the way, easy to install database with. It's a relational database. What would you suggest? RDS. True. So we can move with the RDS. Next one, EC2 instances are not able to scale. There is a service called as a auto scaling group, which will help you to scale. And that service is basically with the integration of CloudWatch and ELB. So what it does, it will help us to scale. Yeah. And scale out, scale in, whatever. So CloudFormation. So further on, if in case I want to scale it further, I can use CloudFormation, or yeah, if there is a deployment to consider as a well-architect framework environment, I would very much go for the CloudFormation for that. Yeah. Good, guys. So we are pretty much going well, going good. So, and further, there are some other services like of inspector, which can help to assess the application for exposure and vulnerabilities. There are a lot of services can help you. Yeah. Okay. So, assessment we'll have by the end of today's session. We are not yet done. Next part is the security one. Security and identity. We'll walk you through very swiftly, and we will understand what exactly security parameters are there, and then we'll walk you through the well architect framework and pricing. Well, then we will have this assessment done. So security and identity. Before we jump into that, I will recommend that we take a break. Yeah. So if I may ask, so guys, let's take this break a little bigger one. So if you want to accommodate in it a quick bite as well, like if you want to take something, lunch break. Okay. How many are in the favor of a lunch break right now? Okay. So one thing I did not include into my poll today was to take consensus on this. So okay, but guys, just to tell you, there was very mixed answers. However, uh, ETA is now. I think we shall be we shall overcome this by 3 or before 3. Not taking the assessment part yet. So I think we have content of 1 hour 15 minutes left with us. 1 hour would be enough. So let's accommodate a break for 30 minutes now, and then we will resume. Yeah. So so let's go through the 30-minute break now. I'm sorry, I won't be able to accommodate bigger break. This is for all of us. So we can get through this session on time. So let's take a break of 30 minutes now. So, and then we will have a demo, not 30 seconds. So then we will have a demo as well as uh, we'll do the rest of the part very quickly. So just search on the Google Learning Path for AWS Machine Learning. Will take you through the guided path. Okay, so no other questions so far. So what we have done so far, a quick recap. In the morning time, we talked about cloud, we talked about why, we talked about what, who manages, who doesn't manages the undifferentiated tasks. Yeah, so then we brought it on to understand the construct of AWS regions, AZ, as availability zone, abbreviated. And then we talked about services. We started with the lift and shift fashion, wherein we started with talking on the virtual machines, then further on to the containers, and we talked about very briefly onto the serverless as well. What are the offerings? Then we jumped onto the storage, different storage is available, and then onto the some of the networking services like of VPCs, Direct Connect, VPN. We talked about that. And to sum up most of the services, we created an architecture graphically to represent how when we bring the building blocks together, makes an architect. Yeah, so makes an architecture. So that's pretty much we have covered. And this part is security and identity. Um Identity talks about who can log in, which service you can, who can access with which roles, permissions. Yeah, that's what it talks about. So before moving on further, and telling you many things onto the slide, I am going to show you onto the console how does it looks like. Yeah, so let me see the view you are getting. Okay, now you can see my browser. So this is, by the way, my console URL. I have now launched it to log in into it. Okay, so Chopra PA, by the way, is my account ID. Could be long 16 digits as well. I think 16 digits is the 12 digits. Okay, 12 digits as well. Or you can put a customized URL to that, or the name, or anything. You can do that. So IAM is our next topic. Let me just showcase you on the slide. So next topic is about identity and access management. That's what I'm showing you on the console. So to log into this, I have a user created with the name demo. So this is what is going to authenticate me against my account. Yeah. So that's the one task of the username, and I have associated password with it. If in case I had a multi-factor MFA enabled, it would ask me to enter the 12-digit code as well, which I would highly encourage you to do that. Just to save time, I have not put in there. So this is pretty much how the console looks like. Yeah. So I have zoomed it. So how you can see the services, there it is. So you can see the number of services are there. 1, 2, 3, there you go. So in the compute section itself, there are a lot of services available for you to have a look onto that. Yeah. So okay, so I'm hoping you all can hear me well. So, and other than that, you can see storage management, storage. There is S3, there is EFS, which we talked about, but there are others as well, like FSX, like backup for taking the backups, automatic backups, incremental backups using this. Yeah, many things you can do that. And remember, in the morning, I talked about quantum computing. So bracket with the name of service we have launched this year in reInvent. You can give your hands, you can get hands onto that as well. And with that, many other services, but now focus is basically that we could show you easy to launch. Yeah, so let me get back from here, networking and content, to the section of EC2. Okay, I will have to be very I have to look on the two screens same time, because there is always some time lag before you see the screen. So this is what it does look like. This is how the dashboard is running instances. There is a one instance is already been running. Okay, so this is showing the state. This is showing the check passed, public IP. However, let me just show quickly one by launching a new one. Okay, so I clicked on to the launch instance. That brought us to the first step out of 7 steps to choose an AMI. Everyone, remember in the morning AMI I talked about, and then said I will consider that in the demo. So this is what AMI is: Amazon Machine Image. So you choose your OS of your requirement. You want it Amazon Linux, you want a Red Hat, SUSE, you want not Linux but Windows. You can choose pretty much that one as well. For the purpose of this demo, I'm going to choose the Linux one, even you can create your own AMIs. So once you will create your own AMIs, you will see pretty much here in my AMIs. Okay. So I click now on the next, and this has a different type of instance family. Remember family we talked about, micro, journal, compute optimized. So this has been segregated based on the families. You can select based on your compute requirement. And then there was a question. What does it mean by 24XL? So you can see, so the larger the size is, twice XL, larger the CPU, number of CPUs, more the CPU numbers, and larger the memory is, 32 GB is there. Yeah. So based on that, you select which type of compute you need. So for the purpose of the demo, I'm gonna pick the the free tier one. And then I confirm instance details and move on further. How many instances do you need? You can launch as much as you want. However, there is a soft limit which you can find in the console. I will show you where. However, for the demo purpose, we are going to launch one. Purchasing option. So you can, by the way, if in case I don't select on this, it is on demand. And right now, you must be thinking what I am talking about, why purchasing is here. Purchasing is our fifth module, but I want you to remember I selected this purchasing option, which was pod instances, and it had a price to it, and it was giving you an option to put a maximum price. I will come back to it and explain what exactly this means. Just a small whiff here. Purchasing option, spot instances means unused capacity of AWS on a very cheaper prices, on a significant discounts like 90% discounts. So this is on the discounted price. But not get confused here. Our motto right now is to launch an in-seat instance. So VPC, you remember for sure, it is about launching an instance within a network boundaries. So VPC defining that I can have multiple VPC. So I'm going to choose the default one which comes automatically with the account. So once you are starting with it, you won't be asked to create your own VPC. So either you can create, by the way, but you can pretty much use the default one. Subnet, since I have launched in the region of US in Northern Virginia, here you can see the number of geographical regions we do have. In a matter of click, you can switch between the region and launch the system somewhere else. I am choosing Virginia, which has around 6 availability zones. So one subnet would consider as a one availability zone. So I take one. So based on to the subnetting, it has around 4,991 IPs available, which I can associate to resources like of EC2 or whatever you are putting in that. Okay, internet accessible. You want a public IP address to be given. You can do that. You can enable that. So I'm going to give it one. Placement group, I'm not gonna talk about that because I don't want to confuse you right now or overwhelm you with the information, but this is important. IAM role. So as our section next is about IAM, what IAM is, who I am, who I am. So I am having this role. I am a user. Demo, you remember I logged in with demo. Demo was a user. Okay, but I could be a part of a group as well. So if I'm a trainer, so there will be a group associated to me. So because of I'm a part of group of trainer, I would be access or launch this EC2 instance, but not S3, or might not be a machine learning because I'm only limited to my group, and group has those permissions. So with that, I would say IAM role is here onto the resources side. Role is given to the EC2 instance. So let's take an example. It's me and it's you. If I want to, we both are from the HR department, okay, and we do not have access to Beanstalk to change anything onto the Beanstalk. But because of some reason you wanted to go to Beanstalk and check something, what I have done, I have given EC2 instance temporarily access of Beanstalk. So this is a role. A role is given. Yeah. So yeah, that's what the role is. Shutdown behavior, you want to terminate it or you want to stop it, you can choose pretty much it. Stop, hibernate. Okay, don't get confused, guys. But yeah, as someone asked about, CloudWatch monitoring has price associated with it. Not, not. But if in case you enable CloudWatch detail monitoring, you will get additional charges applied, and that will take consist the charges of putting logs onto the S3 or whatever. Yeah, so you can have it additional. Okay, so next is many other things, but I would like to call out this section, user data. During the during the launch during the launch of EC2 instance, if you want to launch Apache, you might run the systemctl enable httpd, right? So you can put your scripts here. So during the uh, launch, you can pretty much get your commands executed, install database, install any script, or whatever you want to do. You can do it by writing your bash script. Next step brings us to the fourth one, is the storage. So remember, guys, what we connect with it? EBS. So EBS, by default, there is a one attached to it, which will have what? OS. And then you can add more to it. So OS will be onto three type of EC2, oh sorry, SSD or provision SSD volumes, or it's a magnetic standard, which is economic, very economic. Yeah, okay. So or EBS, they, by the way, it's a 5 types, as you remember, based on your requirement you can choose. So for example, if I want to choose the general purpose, I can keep it 30 GB there, 50 GB, 100 GB. As you volume you will increase, you can see the IOPS also goes upside. So baseline of 3 IOPS per GB is there. So since I have selected 1000 GB, it is going to have 3000. So baseline is 300. Someone asked about the burstable or unlimited, means it will burst beyond that too. There is a, by the way, limit to that too. There is a question, is CloudWatch is not enabled and any issues in accessing data, can we have logs to analysis or not? Obviously, you can have the logs. It is enabled by default, and that was for the detailed log within a second. I think will be available for you, second or per minute. I'll just let you know. Yeah, so this is EBS volumes, and remember I talked about you can encrypt it. This is from where you can encrypt it, choosing the encryption. Okay, so consider I have encrypted it. So encrypted on data at rest. Next is tags. Usually not considered in the first strategy once you move, but this is strategically very, very important. So keep a strategy around tags, how to use them. For example, I want to keep a name of it, develop or maybe demo, and I want to, billing. So demo purpose. So should not be billed, or if it is billed, I build under the $5 or $10, or I can keep any alert to it. You can write a script using these values. So basically it's a key value pairs you can use, and you can write a Lambda script to it. Whenever you want to, shut down this EC2 instance, you might go look for this information, which can be easier for you to, rather than remembering the EC2 instance names. Yeah, can be used with many combinations. By the way, that brings us to the next step, is security groups, which is a firewall. Yeah, so it's a firewall, and you can see here how to create a new security group. So how do you create that? You want to keep it open for SMTP for port 25. You want to open for the SSH port 22. You can do that, and you want to allow it very specifically to a certain IP for security reasons. So like I can only access this EC2 instance from my internet, or I will open it for everywhere, anywhere, or I customize it. So pretty much it's a additional layer of security for your EC2 instance. And yeah, so CloudWatch monitoring is basically for the detailed one is 1 minute monitoring you can get at a detailed logs. I'm just tracking back to the previous question being answered by one of my colleague. So what is SSH and SMTP? Vinay, we won't be going into that detail, but very specifically SSH is for the um, connection directly to making SSH connection we make for the secure connection with your machines, and SMTP is for the, why do we use it? I forgot it. So for your emails or something, right? So SMTP is used there for emails. Uh, yeah. So with that, you are on the steps of instance launch, and you can launch that from there in. So 7 steps has been done. I took a little long to explain it. However, I'm hoping the major steps are confirmed to you, and this is how machine is being launched. So with the name of demo, yeah. So it will take a couple of seconds, and before that, you can have a look onto the monitoring. So there you can see the monitoring matrices. So you can see reads, disk writes, network in, network out, packets in. You can pretty much use this information for your usage. Yeah. So okay, so you can pretty much connect to it once it is available within 1 or 2 minutes. Either you can take an SSH connection using this using the CLIs, or maybe you want to use browser based access. So I am launching the one which was there already with me, which was up and running, where I kept it for the demo. Yeah. So now you are into it. Yeah. So from here on, I can log into my new machine, which is now in a running state. However, status need to be checked. So it does take very quick seconds or minute to get ready with it. Okay, so this was about EC2 instance. I'm hoping things pretty much cleared what we have talked about in the morning. I will very specifically go back to the IAM and showcase what I talked about. So users, from here in, you can create users who can log into your instances, and you can even use them, you delete them as well. Yeah. So you can create, delete, add a user free of service. You can assign the role to your users, which user will do what. You can pretty much assign that. So yeah, you can delete a role. Policies are the policies, basically the authorization user has, and in groups, like developer has a different group, and I will create a one group for developer. I'm hoping you are following me along. So for developer, I want these developers are only for the for machine learning. So I will give a SageMaker full access, right? So I will click on the next, create a group. I attach the policy to this group. If I create a new user, I might add a user to it. So for example, now I am a machine learning practitioner. I might go into group of that new created group for me. So this will inherit all of the permission given to the group. So I think we talked a lot about it. So you can pretty much try these things. yourself as well. This would be your first interaction most of the time to try things out in the free tier. So machine would have launched by now. I'll just walk you through lastly through the console, and then we will very swiftly jump through the S3 and then back to the slides. Okay, so it's running, system passed, check passed, everything is there. And one benefit of that is you can easily use it, and I'm easily terminating them as well. I launched it and killed it, so I will not be paying for long period of time. And there is a service limit here. So what happened? So if in case you want to see what you can do in limits, you can find in the limit here how many instances, what you want to launch, EBS, dedicated host, and everything. Okay, and the events are also there if there is any. But by the way, there are a lot of things you can have a look onto. Will encourage you to walk through them so you can find what are the options available. Okay, so S3 is our next destination. You remember what X3 was? Object-based storage. So these are my buckets. Bucket is a folder for you. So that is, however, right now here you can see the global, but bucket while you are creating, you have to give a unique name, unique identifier, which is globally unique. Yeah. So should not contain spaces or uppercase. So uppercase not given. I just took a name being not much creative. So that's my bucket name. And yeah, you can see pretty much which region you want. These are the new one. There it's not available yet. Probably that's the reason. So and then you can choose one. So we use the Virginia. Yeah, for the bucket name, unique name of your folder is required. Not only particularly in the region, but also globally it has to be in different region as well. I think it's been answered. And by default, all the permissions to the bucket publicly is blocked. Yeah. So I create a bucket. That's there. This is pretty much it. Now bucket will be created for me. So this is uppercase not given. No one been so much creative so far with the name. So that's why I was able to get it. So now I can upload any of the data into it. So I dragged and dropped here content. I think you can see something I dragged now, and I can pretty much upload directly, or I can choose some of the permissions I need to give it to, and I can choose which tier I want it to reside into. You remember tiers, guys? So I want to keep it in intelligent tier, one's on Galicia or whatever, and then I choose next, and pretty much it is uploaded, and it will give me a global URL for it share with the consumers. So I can use it. You can see there is a unique name is given based on the bucket name. That's why it's a unique. Globally, it's like of a website name given to you. So it could be video, it could be anything. So yeah, uppercase not given /s3amazon.com/ the name of the file. What else you can do? Pretty much a lot. You can give a granular access, object lock, permissions. You can define which account can access, which not, and you can also run the query onto it. And onto the bucket level, if you remember, I talked about some of the properties of S3, and S3 is not to be underestimated. This is since 2006 we are running this 6.7. URL given to you, which you can use to host your static website. You can put your HTML files. You can, yeah, you can see the example here. Okay, I will wait until. Oh, I think you lost my audio. Can you hear me well, guys? Oh, sorry, my teammate. Can you just confirm me? Okay, thank you. I got a message. My audio was lost. Thank you. Okay. It was lost. You were right. I got a message, but now it's fine. So you can pretty much put your HTML file, and by the way, also a an error HTML to showcase we are down, we are place. Yeah, you can do pretty much it. For dynamic website, what would you use? Remember, you will use EC2 for static, S3 for dynamic, EC2, and yes, so transfer acceleration. This is another one. Now, however, it will come in coming slides, but since we are seeing in the demo, I will showcase here. You can see there is an endpoint given. What does it talk about? What does it tell? Basically, edge locations are, so far we talked about, used to get the data. Yeah, so you can get the data from the edge locations for faster response. What about if you want to upload the data faster using the AWS backbone, network bandwidth, everything, backbone basically? That is particularly going to be done by transfer acceleration. So onto this URL, you can upload your files consuming the AWS on network bandwidth, or basically called as a backbone of network. It will be uploaded at a faster rate. Can be used for migration, can be used for any of the purpose. Yeah, so bigger files like a 20 GB files, such files can be uploaded using transfer acceleration. Request to pays, remember, why should I pay? Let others pay. If you want this file to be downloaded, if I send this file to you, you might be paying for it. So yeah, so these are the options I on a high level I would like to share with you. However, the one is important to have a look at is onto the life cycle rules. So life cycle, I'm just giving it the random name rule to it. So apply to all the objects in the bucket. Remember, why do we use life cycle? To transition the object from one tier to another tier. So current versions or previous version, if in case versioning is enabled, you can choose that. But okay, I shall wait until it reflects at your side. Okay, now it is. So add transition, I have clicked on, and now it is giving me an option. There you go. Now, so I kept it into the standard tier, and I want it to move to Glacier after 30 days. Automatically, right? It will be. And it will move to the Glacier first. And next transition, I want another transition. After Glacier, I want it to move to Deep Archive after 120 days, and it will be done. So I can put multi-layer transition. So I also want to put expiration to it. I want it to be purged after 300 days. Yeah. So typically, this is also essential as a next step on the archival data, and multi options there, but we'll stick to the uh, agenda. So we are now creating a lifecycle policy. So guys, to repeat, what will happen? First, my data will be sent to Glacier from standard, from Glacier Deep Archive to expire it, to purge it. Yeah, so that's pretty much going to happen. That was the lifecycle rule. But remember, this will not bring back data from Glacier to S3. That's how it is. Okay, so I think we had a good demo onto this, and hoping you can try this at your disposal. These machines are already been killed, so let me close it. And now if I walk you through the slides, you already have an idea what exactly identity and access management is. IAM, authentication and authorization. Let's walk through these options. So what does it do? Securely control access to the AWS resources. A person or application that interacts with the AWS, like demo, user, collection of users, authentication permission, group, like I created one for the developers, temporary privileges, like we during launching the EC2 instance, I gave a role of beanstalk, temporarily privileges. That's pretty much it did. That's IAM. This is IAM's nature. So next one, as a best practice, if you would say, Pravesh, you didn't do that. I did not enable MFA. I told you the reason was to be a little fast in showcasing demo. But yeah, there are things to consider that delete the root user access keys. These access keys are essential. Why? Because that's pretty much can do everything if someone gets an access to it. So delete them and create new IAM user and then give it a granular access on moving onwards. For example, for admin who can provision the instance will have the that permission. Who is a developer will have a programmatic access. Yeah, limited access, as you know, trusting no one. Yeah, so that way. IAM credentials to interact with the AI with AWS. That's pretty much you can put onto that. These are the best practices for you to follow up, and also in the snapshot, similar lines. By the way, here you can see continuation. You can have a look onto that too. IAM federation. So if in case you want to use of federation, for example, you want to log in using the third party or corporate directory, you can pretty much use it. You can use it your Amazon account. You can use your Facebook, any other third party account for as an identity. So also it is compatible with Microsoft Active Directory. So if in case you want to move on to, you can use that. Sports third party authentication as well as I mentioned. By the way, the next part of it for you to have a look onto that is Amazon Cognito, which is an SSO for mobile application, web-based application mainly. So knowledge check. There is a question for all of you. Your web application requires AWS credentials and authorizations to use AWS services. Which IAM entities should be used? Oh, many of you were very quick to answer it before even I could read the question. So thank you. Yes, it's a role. I'll not take much time because you guys are now pretty straightforward. So next one is your team needs to log into the AWS console to create AWS resources, but do not want to have to create a new set of users. Okay, I got it. Something they are talking about. What is the best course of action? They don't want. Okay, yeah. So you guys are right. So federated access is the answer. Can yep. Okay, there is another question. I think it's a pretty much serious things going on. Which of the following are the best practices for security? Delete root user access keys. Okay. Use the same password for no. Use roles for application. Yeah, that's good practice. Embed secrets in your code. Never do that, guys. So activate multi-factor. That's pretty much it. And you ace US security. The answer is ACE, acing the security. Now coming on to the analytics part. So Analytics is where we are going to touch upon only two services. However, we have a plethora of services available for the analytics itself. So we have. I don't want to go into all those details, but I want to mention the two of them. For the big data analytics, we have a specific session wherein we talk about all of them. However, we are going to talk about EMR, which is web-based service for your managed Hadoop clusters. So all the data analysts, all the data scientists out there, this is one of the service which you would be keenly interested into. Yeah. So for batch processing, for anything, or for real-time processing, you use Kinesis. So EMR, let's jump into what EMR is. It's a managed cluster platform to process and analyze large amount of data in a batch processing. Yeah. So process and analyze big data set. If that's a term, I would say it's a EMR who is going to do that, uh, which is going to do this and perform data intensive tasks for application like of web indexing, data mining, log file analysis, pretty much doing the data analytics on a big data actually. So machine learning, financial analysis, many other reasons you can use it for EMR. EMR is Elastic MapReduce, which helps to analyze data without managing the Hadoop clusters. So again, it's a managed service. Took off the major part of managing the clusters for you. Yeah, so we already have a managed service for you to use. It supports around 19 different open source projects, including Hadoop, Spark, HBase, Presto, Impala. So yeah, you can pretty much take the benefit of it. There is a video to that if in case you want to have a look onto this. In short, it is for processing, analyzing the big data sets for your analytics. And next one is the Kinesis data stream. Kinesis is to process your data in real time. So in big data, it's very essential to consider if you want to run the analysis in a per second base, sub-second, or you want to get it done on a minutes or maybe hours. So Kinesis is the answer for real-time analysis. For example, when I get the money out of my Paytm, would you like to wait for a couple of minutes, like a 10 minutes before you get an intimation on your mobile, like someone withdrew money from your account? No, you want it to be per second, right? You want to be within second you get intimation about it. So Kinesis can be one example of it. And what about stats of the ongoing matches, like live match going on? You want to look at the stats in when we are looking at the highlights? No, we want to look at in real time. So that's where Kinesis data stream comes in, processing data in terabytes and giving you an answer. So it is basically different types available. Data first one type of is data streams. So building custom application that would process and analyze streaming data for specialized need. That's Kinesis. Continuous capture and store terabyte of data per hour. Then you run onto that, and data available for 1 or 7 days. So could be uh, between that time span you can use it for. By the way, you can create multiple shards in a stream, and one shard is like 1 MB per second write rate, 2 MB per second read rate. So you create a shards into it. Uh, when how we use it: web click streams, financial transactions, social media feeds, IT logs, location tracking, and you can pretty much use the Amazon Kinesis client library. So you can build your Kinesis application and using stream data to power real-time dashboards, generate alerts, and many other things. Like you're playing a game, you want to play the board for you in a real time stream. Kinesis is the answer. Data fire hosts, as the name suggests, it fire hosts further the ingest the data. Yeah, so it is used for the ingestion of the data and further load data to the S3. For the data lake, let's consider that, or maybe for the data warehouse as a data stream. So can use for can further send data to the Redshift, Elasticsearch, or Splunk. So it provides the ability to build custom streaming data applications, capture and auto load streaming data into AWS services for real time access to it. Yeah. So automatically scale to match the data throughput. So it can stand up to terabyte of data coming in with a lot of logs. Data can be batched, compressed, and encrypted before loading it further. So it can be consumed as a sort of pre-processing thing, yeah, before you house it further. Uh, Next, if I give a one-off between them, it is Kinesis is uh, data stream for use cases that require custom processing. Remember, we're creating the shards per incoming record with sub 1 second process latency, a choice of streaming processing framework sort of thing. So Amazon Kinesis, okay. I got a call in between. Sorry. So Amazon Kinesis Firehose is use case that it requires zero administration, fully managed, ability to use existing analytic tools used for Amazon S3, Redshift, ES, Elasticsearch for your managed ELK. By the way, data latency of 60 seconds or little higher to that. Yeah, so that's a by the way data analytics service. They are other more which you would like to have a look onto that. However, so next one is we are going to talk about the not assessment yet, but the architecture. Very quickly, we will walk through that. So what we are going to cover is very swiftly the security and compliance, what well architect framework is. If you remember, I talked about we are starting our journey, how we ensure we are taking the right measures, what are the best practices. That's well architect framework for you guys. And next one is the fault tolerant and high availability. Yeah, so just give me one second. I think there is a question. I will have a look onto that. I already mentioned that they already completed, but I didn't receive any document. So guys, I'm reading a question and I'll come back to that. Okay, so there is a question. I will share my email address to have a look onto that. So no worries. Okay, Jitendra. So please do write down to me because as you mentioned, there are some courses we have yet not shared the content. Yes. So last week we conducted few of them. Uh, as mentioned, it's a sequence of sessions there. I'm not sure which one exactly you are referring to, but we'll certainly share that with you. However, let's get over with this curriculum and then see further what exactly the challenges with the content sharing or completion certification further, Mr. Jitendra. So we'll have that conversation by the end of session. I will open the conversation with you further on. Okay, so back to the slide, guys. So what we are going to talk about now is security and well architect framework. So as I mentioned in the morning as well, saying that security and compliances at AWS is job zero. Yeah, so nothing is more important to us than protecting customer data and privacy. So we have taken care of that by automating most of the processes and building our infrastructure ground level infrastructure we have available, which inherit all of the certification available to run any of my god, I think I lost. Guys, can you hear me back? I think intermittently I lost the voice. Okay, good. So yeah, having said that, how it is basically segregated into two parts: security of the cloud and security in the cloud. What does that mean by security of the cloud? Is what AWS does manage everything on the hardware side, infrastructure provisioning side, everything. So we do take care of that for you until the hypervisor. Yeah. So AWS, that becomes the AWS responsibility. That's considered as security of the cloud. And security in the cloud, what does customer manage? So for example, choosing the platform, choosing the application, managing the application, identity and access management, operating system, network and firewall configuration. So if it is not managed AWS services, pretty much customer has to manage it. If it is a service which is managed by AWS, some of this responsibility underline with us. For example, if I talk about the DynamoDB, remember managed service. So pretty much customer does need to make efforts to manage their data, right? Probably if a partner is managing the customer, they pretty much will work onto this. And underlying hardware management of provisioning, patching would be our responsibility. But point, security of the cloud is our responsibility, like of threat modeling, static code analysis, and penetration testing. Okay, so that's pretty much is the AWS responsibility. So physical access to the data centers becomes our responsibility, storage devices decommissioning. So if any failure of the devices or the life cycle is over, if in case we are going to use that, manage that, we are going to decommission that. So becomes our responsibility. Yeah. So even it's our responsibility to manage the firewalls and monitoring on the network devices. So for example, switches, routers. So it becomes our responsibility of managing that. So monitoring of network traffic at API endpoints, it becomes AWS responsibility. Yeah, in nutshell, anything in the physical layer, monitoring of the physical devices, network traffic at API endpoints will be AWS responsibility. And further on, customers' responsibility, security groups would be customers' responsibility. So who's responsible for what, as talked about? If in case, okay, so I'm going to wait until. So who's responsible for what is unmanaged services. EC2 and ABS would be customers' responsibility on unmanaged service to manage the backups and patching and everything. On the managed service, like most of responsibility underlines with the AWS. Yeah. With that, next one is basically a snapshot of what are these security, identity, and compliance products are available. Certificate Manager, Cloud Directory. So there are a lot of in a uh, different purposes. Like for Artifact, if in case you want any report for the compliances we have, you can use that, download that under the NDA. You can showcase it to the customers as well on demand. Certificate Manager, Cloud Directory, Cloud HSM, Cognito, many of security services are available for you to. Okay, Guard Duty, IAM we covered, and many other services which also use the machine learning like of Messi, Inspector, help you to identify anomalies as well as monitor the resources, assess the resources as well. Shield, very specifically to call out, is used for the DDoS attack. So DDoS is distributed denial of services. You can use Shield. Yeah, and WAF is application firewall for you to uh, helps you to protect your web application from common web exploits that could affect application availability, compromise security, and consume excessive resources. So to sum it up, security certification by industries are already achieved by AWS in many different verticals like of healthcare, financial services, Internet of Things, government, energy, like healthcare, HIPAA is there, and many other areas. So certifications have been achieved. So AWS has invested very heavily in security best practices in major sector and has honed overall security capabilities by working to meet NIST guidelines. And to download these reports, you can visit Artifacts or you can go to the atlas.aws. So with that, we are coming to the question. Now on your screen, under the shared responsibility model, what do you think is AWS provide? Which of the following security measures? Okay, so there is a lot of answers. A, B is the right answer. So monitoring, firewall and monitoring on the network devices, monitoring on the network traffic at API endpoint. So right, so it's A, B is the right answer. So pretty much what is covered in the shared responsibility model for the security aspect, which of the following is the security best practices? Oh yeah, what AWS is taking care of: threat modeling, static code analysis, and penetration testing. So this is pretty much we do take care of. Just for your information, as on the question, ABC is there. Yeah, threat modeling, static code, and penetration testing. So well architect framework. This section is going to talk about 5 different pillars. Why did we create it? Why it was brought into a framework for all of the customers who are willing to migrate soon or migrated already. This is a ever evolving process, by the way. You can keep on trying, keep on reviewing your architecture based on these 5 pillars. So what exactly well architect framework is? It provides a consistent set of best practices for the customers and to you guys, to partners, to evaluate customers architecture or prepare the customer architecture. It helps you to provide a set of questions which you can use to evaluate how well architecture is aligned to the AWS best practices. So before or when you started, you would say, what are the questions I need to answer why, and how? Those are the questions would be on these five pillars will help you to answer. So based on the general design principles, we have guided pillars, which is specific design principles aligned with. So general purpose principles are stop guessing capacity, as you know, as we talked about. Okay, let me just wait before it reflects. So these are the general guiding principles. Stopping guessing the capacity, you match the demand as it increases, decreases. Test system at production scale to understand the consumption, how ready you are launching the application. Automate as much as you can. Allow for evolutionary architecture. Drive architecture using data. Improve through the game days. Try things out which you would like to try out. So for example, if there is a new application you are going to launch, for finding how secure accessibility of your application is from the outside or not, how vulnerable you are, try to put the injection, SQL injection or something, try out multiple things as a game days, try out things. So just for example, Netflix use it a lot, game days. Deliberately they put down their sometimes production environment as well. By the way, that's a Netflix. They have a very good practices onto the AWS. So yeah, they deliberately put it down and find how they uh, mitigate those challenges of high availability or disaster recovery. So improve through the game days. Based on that, we have a 5 pillars to walk you through, which talks about how well you are ready, prepared, and considered those actions. Like for operational excellence, the uh, ideology behind it, methodology behind it is that which helps you or gives you ability to run and monitor your system to deliver business value and continually improve supporting processes and procedures. Yeah, so that's pretty much aligned with your business as with your application, how prepared you are, how operative, and how you would evolve over the time. For the prepare, like what are the decided priorities are. Yeah, so if in case you are healthcare, for the preparations, are you considering the platform which has a HIPAA enablement already or HIPAA compliant already? Yeah, or operation. So how you are monitoring? Are you ready to make a transition already? Responding to the events, right? Or what are the key health metrics in the operation? Or evolve is learn from the experiences and share those learning with the other customers, other architectures, other solutions as well. That's operational excellence. So perform operation as a code. So if I may ask you which service you would guess uh, would be the core of this requirement, would be using the infrastructure as a code. Annotate documentation, small exchanges, what you have done the change, your all the changes need to be documented so you can come back. So similarly, make frequent small reversible changes. Anticipate failures, so you be prepared to that. So for the preparation, these are the services that are going to help you. Yeah. So like CloudFormation, config, OpsWorks, code pipeline or operations. You use formation, config, and many other services for that. And responses, you use cloud formations. If in case something goes down, disaster recovery, cloud formation will launch a new environment in a different uh, cloud, yeah, cloud trail, and you can use cloud deploy. So many other services you can use for that. And security is for yeah, so next pillar is about security. What are the things to consider? Why should have access and what can they do? Consider when you are giving access to anyone. So build the trust based on their roles and give the granular access accordingly. Detective controls, like of you must be thinking of cloud config. So config, yes, would be there, and as well as cloud trail. So you can find who has accessed what. So whatever I have did today onto the S3, creating a bucket would have recorded as an API call. So you can have a look onto that, who created what, who removed what. So based on that, if in case any incident happen, if in case something is not in your favor, you want it to be tracked back, like who removed the machine, which was essential machine. Yeah, it will, yeah, you can have a response against that too. So design principle, okay, I jumped it. So design principles would be involving the traceability, all layers, security, IAM policies, prepare for the security events, and services for you would be like of IAM, Cognito, directory service, MFA, config, and many of others. Yeah, so this is for you to refer. And very importantly, I want to walk you through the next pillar, which is on the reliability, how reliable your infrastructure is, how reliable your application is to be considered, right? So ability of a system to recover if in case of from infrastructure or service failure, what would be done here? Leveraging the high availability and architecture of AWS. For example, if you're going for the RDS, go for the multi-AZ. If you are going to use EC2 for application, put into different AZs. Okay, so prepare for that. Test your systems when fail. Manage change in the automation, and these other services are going to help you with that. IAM, CloudWatch, VPC, config, OpsWorks. So many of the services you might see are common amongst other pillars as well. So yeah, but there is a one core service for each and every pillar for you to consider. So this is typically having around 60, 70 questionnaire for you to walk you through what you need to be concerned about, be prepared about, and also will give you a lot of videos, will associated content as well. So for example, you are looking for high availability, you will get to download the data you need for that. So white papers are there for you to refer, videos are there to refer. So not just giving you a suggestions only, but also guiding you what are the videos can be relevant for you to have a look onto that. So knowledge check when designing. Okay, let the question come on your screen. When designing an application to run on AWS, what is the most cost-effective approach to making your application highly available? So the term here is about making your application highly available. What you would consider? Remember the pillar of reliability. So fourth is the answer. You are all right. So deploy the application into multi-AZ within a region. Yeah, true. Thank you for all of your answers. So with that, I will showcase you one architecture. This is pretty much AWS well architect tool in a graphical manner. So this is architecture consisted into two different availability zones. So most cost-effective approach to make your application highly available would be to keep it into two availability zones. Okay, so with that, we are almost on to the end of this module, and we'll have a break for 5 minutes. Then we'll finish off the things with the pricing and the assessment. So storage gateway, technology partnership, Kinesis to ingest the data. If you want to send data to AWS, which is of at no cost, additional cost of sending data in, you can use one massive migration. Yeah, so you can use the snowball, which obviously will have the cost associated with it. I mean by that, the data being sent over the internet will not be charged. So snowball can be used for massive migration. Yeah. So snowball, as we talked about it, that's what we can use for send across the terabyte of data. We can use the next one is direct connect, a dedicated bandwidth, 1 Gbp, 10 Gbps from the partners association. We have it. You can use that and upload your data directly to the S3, or you can use Firehose. So Kinesis Firehose can also stream in the data to S3 directly to the buckets. So data ingestion, you can for the continuous streaming data ingestion, you can use it. So that brings us to the next question. Now, when migration objects are less than 100 GB to AWS, which service you think should be used? Okay, S3 has been the answer. Yes, you all are right. Good. Thank you. So that will bring us to the our last section, which will be very uh, snappy, would say. So will not be very exhaustive, by the way. But considering that we have been speaking since last an hour, I believe, let's take a 5 minute break and then we will kick off the ending of today's session. So before our assessment, let me put this 5 minutes timer and we'll be back. Okay, guys. Thank you for sticking in. That was very short break. I know that. I'm sorry because we are going to get into the assessment part after this module, which might take some time. I will be there with you uh, for all of your queries. Meanwhile, let's walk you through the pricing part. So, okay. So let me. So yeah. So this is what we are going to discuss in this part: pricing tools, pricing structure, and pricing characteristics. So how the pricing works with AWS is first of all, it's a utility based model. Operational prices, as much as you use, you pay for that. Pay only for what you use, not above beyond that. And you choose only the services you need. So for example, it's not like with EC2 you will have to get 3 of EBS or 5 of EBS. So based on your choice, you will pick the service you need or how many quantity as well. Start or stop any service at any given point of time. As I did, I stopped both of the EC2 instances because I did not need them anymore. Or same with the S3, if you don't need that, you delete your bucket. Storage use consumption is stopped. No long-term commitments as well. So this is one of our philosophy. Don't want to keep the customer into any sort of lock-in, so you are welcome to use services. Even we are thinking beyond customer to get out of punitive licenses terms as well with the RDS by giving the open source database as a choice. So no long-term contracts associated with our services. So that's how pricing works. So pay as you go onto the compute side, as much as you use, and many other services as you pay for what you use. And increasing volume, and reserve pricing. What exactly about the flexibility in here we talk about? Oh yeah, what was that? So I think my network is a little slow. So increasing volume, if in case you are putting data for like more than 100 GB, you will pay until one tier. If you go beyond 500 GBs, you pay even lesser. So price differentiate as volume increases, you pay lesser. And reserve pricing, you pay lesser, significant discounts when you reserve the capacity. Yeah. So let's see. On to the next. 1 second. On to the compute side, you pay per hour, or even significantly you can pay per second as well for the Linux. Some of the Linux instance types you can pay per second too. And but compute prices are majorly for the pay per hour. And then storage is pay per GB. Based on the GB you are using, you will pay for that. And transfer data out is also pay per GB transfer data out. So it will accumulate your all data transfer out, and you will pay according to that region. Yeah. Charges within the region is not there. Within the availability zones, you are not paying anything within the region, but internal data transfer, like for EC2, S3, RDS, DynamoDB, SQS, SNS, VPC, you will be paying for that transfer between the region as it tracks over the public internet too. So Amazon EC2 pricing model is, yeah, this is how you can get the pricing onto the EC2 instances. So for example, I created a machine today. So that was on demand. Remember that I just took it. So on demand is like of buying a ticket onto the airport directly. So which will having a little higher prices as compared to if you reserve in the advance. So on demand is that. So you get access to the resources onto the on demand, and opposite to that, you reserve the capacity with the commitment of 1 or 3 years, like of EC2 instance you need, you will get discount up to 70%. Yeah, so 50 to 70% lower prices. Your workload is also defined by the type of purchasing you are using. For example, if in case you are going to have a committed workload, for example, your databases, which you are sure about gonna keep, you going to keep that for several years with you, you can commit that, right? So you can get benefit of significant discounts up to 75%. And spot instances, with that, spot instances is unused capacity, and I will ask you to recall what we saw in our demo. What I was trying to choose during the launch at first, selected an option with the name spot instances, which was having a automatically generated price, which was done by AWS based on the resources, and they have AWS has their own algorithm, so you can find the prices trends as well, how the prices been different changed over the period of time. So yeah, so that's uh, you can by the way, this thing should change now. Not you need to bid now. You just use those resources, unused capacity available at a fixed price, and the price keeps on changing as the demand increases. So you can put a maximum price as well until you are ready to pay. So for example, it was showing us price $0.0035 per hour. You might say I'm ready to pay 10 cents per hour. So until that, the this will not taken back from you. So what exactly taken back thing is? So it is basically comes with a caveat that within the 2 minutes of caveat, capacity can be taken back from you. However, these interruptions are not that frequent. That talks about our historical data that 70 or 95% times interruption has not been caused for all these spot instances. You can see that in the spot advisor, which instance type was taken or was interrupted, how much percent times. Yeah, percentages you can find in there. So that's one caveat with the spot instances. And then there is a dedicated instances available for like of SAP, Oracle, such applications. You can use a dedicated host, which will be on a dedicated hardware running your instance on. So so no one have the it will be isolated onto the hardware level for you. So all your uh, to cover your all requirements regarding to the licensing terms. So usually with SAP, if in case you change your hardware, license key changes. Basically not license key, it's a hardware key is there always. And based on the hardware key, you actually get license, right? So that's why it is important to have this at the hardware level. Also for the customers which have the responsibilities or requirements according to the regulatories to keep the host level isolated for their use cases. So they can use dedicated instances with on-demand and reserve instances as well. Yeah. So EBS pricing on the storage now. Storage is on the volume base. You are charged per GB provisioned per month. Varies by volume type. Based on the volume, SSD or you are using HDD, you will be charged on that. Snapshots is based on the amount of space your data consumes in Amazon S3. Because Amazon EBS does not save empty blocks, it is likely that the snapshot size will be considerably less than your volume size. For example, it's 100 GB, and if there is a 40 50 GB is a empty block, you will have a small snapshot size, so you will be paying lesser. Charged for volume copied across regions. If in case you are replicating in different regions, you will be paying for that. Data transfer, inbound transfer data transfer is free, as mentioned before. Outbound data transfer is charged as tiered. Yeah, so consider the amount of data transferred out of your application while you are creating the creating the monthly expenditures as well. So S3 pricing model further on, I think you have a good idea about now how S3 is positioned. So amount of storage used based on the region, storage class. As we go, down to the tier, it is getting cheaper, and number of types of get, put, and copy request been made, amount of data transferred out of the region. So for that, good way is to check. Let me show you. Simply go to the aws.amazon.com/s3. That should let you access the pricing part, so you can check how the pricing is signed. So first 50 TB, you can see you are paying 0.23, and next for 50 TB you are paying 22.0022 per GB, and based on that tiering pricing is there. And that is Ohio region. You can change the region, pricing will be different, not much, but yeah, minimal is there. And request, like for this is for 1,000 requests, it is $0.005. So yeah, you can have a look onto that too. Okay, so that was about pricing. On to the S3. And some of the services are at no additional cost. For example, if you remember VPC, no additional cost. Beanstalk, no additional cost. Auto scaling, CloudFormation, IAM at no additional cost. So yeah, one thing is to consider if you are in your first 12 months of using the AWS and using it for the production scale, you will have free tier account. So whatever is there for the free consumption, either it's a production, either for test, you will be getting exempted of all those charges. Like for EC2, you can use T2 micro for 750 hours per month. So yeah, so you can see the all details here, by the way, about all of these 60, 70 or more services are available for you to test the things around. Yeah, so free tier pricing is there for you as well. So to calculate monthly expenditure, if there is any tool, yes, there is a tool with the name of Simple Monthly Calculator to estimate the cost. Yeah, it can break down per service and aggregated monthly estimation as well. So to prepare the business case, many of the customers use Simple Monthly Calculator. Yeah, so there are other tools for you to help you with. So let's, by the way, this is Cost Explorer. So Cost Explorer will help you with exploring the cost where you have made the expenditure. So it's a tool which will enable you to view and analyze your cost and usage. You can view data up to the last 13 months. And also it helps you to forecast how much you're likely to spend in the next 3 months based on the trends found so far. So using the forecasting in that, so it helps you to get started quickly, understanding where your expenditures are, set custom intervals as well. So set a custom time period, determine whether you would like to view your data at monthly or daily level of granularity. There are a lot of filters based on the consumption, types of service you're using, and forecast cost usage, and you can save the progress as well. Or obviously, if in case you want to prepare some report for upline, you can programmatically use it and embed it in any of your dashboards or something. With that, we come to the next slide, which talks about the TCO calculator. So to find out how much it would cost to run operations onto the on-premise versus onto the cloud, this will give you a summary report onto that. Yeah, so to calculate the TCO, you pretty much can try TCO calculator as a tool. And it's a free to use. You just need to go to this link down here, awstcocalculator.com. Knowledge check. So this is for sure the last one on the slides. Next knowledge check would be on the assessment part. So which tool will you which allow you to model the cost of architecting a solution onto the AWS? It's a simple monthly calculator, right? Next one is knowledge check on another one. So now that you have started your migration to the cloud, you want to find out which service use the most and where the majority of your traffic is coming from. Which tool should you use? Okay, it's been a trend now. So B is also the right answer. So yeah, you will explore the cost with the cost explorer to see the consumption where it has happened. Another answer is B. So with that, we have covered most of the part. I want to congratulate you. Thank you for sticking around for the all day. And it's been very amazing getting a lot of questions and answering them as well. Hoping you learned something new today. Yeah, so we'll also with that encourage you to visit and become familiar with the APN partner learning resources, which can be found on to the aws.amazon.com/partners/training. So yeah, you can find it more information that. So good. With that, we are on to the last part, guys. Stay there, don't go, because we have an assessment to run. And before that, I just want to walk you through. This is not a certification we are going to going to do now, but yeah, just to share with you information. You can, if you're starting with your journey, you can go for the cloud practitioner. And can be next step for the associate or professional, or if in case you have been working in a specific field of networking, big data, which has been now changed with the name of data analytics, security, Alexa builder, machine learning, you can appear for specialty exams as well. So yeah, so there are 3 courses, by the way, 3 different verticals onto this. However, these are not for, by the way, these are not having prerequisite like to appear for this you need a cloud practitioner or any of them. However, I would personally suggest to have some knowledge onto the tools and services side, so once you are preparing, it will be easier for you to understand. But however, you can go directly for the specialty if you think you can get through. So what certification will be beneficial for storage administration? Very specifically, there is, I would say anything of storage, but however, most of the part is considered to be covered onto the associate part. I'm not sure how deeply you're working on the storage, but to starting point, architect would be a good, and others as well. So typically talk about many of the storage services and everything. And next part could be for the professional one, which is actually a good test. Yeah. Now prerequisite in terms of clearing any exam before, there is no prerequisite, but yeah, you should as a recommendation, there is like 2 years of comprehensive designing, operating, troubleshooting solution onto the AWS, then you should go for the professional, and 1 year for the associate, 6 months for the foundation. So that's what we can say. So Namit has a question. Do you have a certification corresponding to the course completed today? Today we have accurates to run. So for that there is an assessment which you can go through what we have covered today. Based on that, questions will come. However, next step for you, Namit, could be the cloud practitioner if we are in the beginner right now. For that, there is a online course. Is there any prerequisite to take in a specialty course? No. So learning path is something, guys, you will get your all of answers yourself. I will quickly walk you through. I'm hoping you can see my screen. So like those who are looking forward for the cloud practitioner, simply write down learning path for AWS cloud practitioner. So there is an Amazon link. You can find the training recommendation progression. So you can find that. And similarly, you can find for others as well. So I'm just pinging this link for all of you. However, now let's jump on to the assessment part. So I want to say thank you for sticking together for all day. You had a lot of questions, which I'm hoping been answered. If in case not, uh, you can put now your questions in the chat box. And those who doesn't have any questions, let's jump on to the assessment part. So this is the link. Let me take it and put into the chat for all of you. Link not working, don't worry. There is a it works actually. You need to sign into it. That's a message. I will show you how exactly it happens. Let me try to showcase it to you. So everyone, I want you to have a look onto the screen I'm sharing now. So we will not have these questions coming. I think okay, I pinged you in the chat. So one of them link you can use, short link or the long link as well. So I'm using the short link, Tech Pro 2021. I click on that. I'm hoping everyone is seeing. Okay, so there is some change. Let me try this one. So use this link. Yeah, you should get this. You should get this as a. Yeah, your voice is getting stuck. So hoping this is clear now, Rishabh. So this is might be an error you receive. Yes. Okay, so that's not an error. Basically saying us to log in. So here on the right side there is an option to sign in on the upper right corner. So since we are in the partner account, so we use the partner central and then use your partner ID. Share the link has been shared. I will do that again. So this is the link for all of you. Yeah, so I've shared the link with all of you. So okay guys, I'm going to log in, put my credentials and come back to it. So once you put your credentials, this is mine. I just entered my credentials. Okay. Looks like it's been broken. Let me just check and get back to it. Okay, Fani mentioned you were able to log in and was able to do the assessment. Link is available for all of you. Let me just check that. So anyone has successfully logged in so far? Some of you have already answered, like you were able to log in and clear that exam. Okay, so most of you been able to successfully log in. So once, what you have to do once you are able to log in, you need to go to the assessment part. So it's a you need to register to the course, and then you okay. Yeah, Lijo, I'm going to help you with the link. So stay tuned. Okay, so just try to refresh the page. It should showcase you. Oh, am I on mute? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. So just refresh the page. It shall work for you. Yeah. So you are on the right link. So just try to refresh the page for those who have logged in using the Partner Central. So okay. So as been asked about if I can share the link once again, I'm sharing the link for all of you. Oh yeah, it's been shared with all of you once again. So just try to go to that and refresh the page. It shall let you go ahead. And guys who have done their certification, oh by the way, this attestation, please raise your hand in the right side of your panel so I get to know you have done it. So yeah, please confirm me by raising your hand. So those who have just logged in, they need to register to that and then appear for the exam. So once you would log in, you will see something like of this. And if in case in between something breaks, it will showcase you uh, the it will give you the option to resume from the same place where you stopped. So this is how the exam would look like. The certificate, the test would look like, assessment. So yeah, so you need to choose the right option. It will tell you if you have chosen the right answer or the wrong one. Yeah. So DynamoDB is SQL, NoSQL, as you know now. Please choose the right options and get with the attestation. So this is basically accreditations to achieve. So guys, let me know if you getting any trouble logging in. So all you need to do is going to the link shared with you, log into that. Right. Yeah. So once you get no training available, onto the right side, there is a sign in page. If you have already signed in, just refresh the page. It will get you through. So guys, this is what you would see. I'm trying to log out of it. Let me just. So curriculum part is over now. All we are now here for is the assessment part. So this is pretty much you are using to log in. You add your credentials. Let me take it back. I'm hoping you were able to launch your assessment. And I will be sharing the deck with all of you. Rest assured about that. So yeah, this is a neat picture. Here you can see what are the steps to be covered. I would zoom in. So this would be this can be also another short link you can use, bit.ly/techproaws, then sign in via Partner Central. Second step herein, and then you Well, then you will see this page. If in case not, it'll say you cannot find the training, which you certainly will, and then you log into that. This will come, you register to it, and the last module you will find in the digital course would be to run your assessment. So this is what it is required to follow. So then you can appear for the assessment. And if in case then you get any challenge, any issue, just try to refresh the page. Oh, good. Rajesh, you have completed the assessment. Could you please raise your hand in this meeting so I can understand where are you, so I can keep a track of it. Good. So those who have completed it, amazing. So please raise your hand in the panel so I can find you and understand you have done it. So there is an option to raise the hand, right? Yeah. By the way, guys, if you have any question, please do let us know. We are here. I can see most of you have already begun, and many of you have already cleared as well, which is amazing. If in case, guys, within while doing the exam, if your connection breaks, anything happens, it will start from the point where you left at. So don't worry about it. And if you have got it like lesser than 80%, you can do it anytime. So there are multiple attempts are there, no limit to that. So feel free to do it again. You can even review your quiz. So you can do that. Wow, good job. You got 93%. Yeah, I feel good too. Good, guys, please don't forget to raise your hand in the panel so I can find. I think no one has done it yet. Yeah, many of you have cleared the exam but have not raised your hand. I'm not sure if there is an option for you available or not. but certainly you can. Okay, many of you have started doing that. I can see many names now. It's not alphabetically. Oh yeah, it is now. Arrange. Let me arrange with the raised hands. Okay, now I can see many of you have raised your hands. Thank you. One, two, three, and many, 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 many. Not many names are already. Congratulations to all of you who has done the assessment already. Congratulations, and I'm here for all of you. If in case I and my team is also helping me, if in case you have any questions which you think out of subject scope, we can certainly help you. One thing you can get on the DevOps side, I'm not sure, but if in case comes up like where do you use code pipeline or something, there would be some question. So DevOps side is specifically for the used for coding, using for the test, and then deploying. So I will be sharing the slides with you once I will mark you all of you attended. So one challenge could be uh, making sure that you have registered with the same email which you used in the first time. So if in case you do not receive any of email and you think it is not received until tomorrow evening, so this is me. This is my email address to all of you. Please write me an email. I will try to answer that. So if that would be the case if in case you have not received the content. So please do let me know. So nowadays there is a lot of sessions we are conducting, and that is being supported by different teams as well. So if any of the material is not been yet shared with you, rest assured we will check with the team, and I will forward your concern as well. And guys who have done the certification, sorry, done the assessment already, and they might take uh, a couple of hours back with them. So yeah, so so yeah. So those who have cleared the exam, they might like to drop off. It's fine. It's okay. Chat transcript. Can you check at your side if there is an option to save the chat logs? I think it could be there available. You can have a look onto that, into the file and going to the save chat logs or question log. You can have a look onto that. And those who are leaving session, I really appreciate your time today, and it was good interaction with you, meeting you, and learning something new today. I'm hoping you would be looking forward to work together and build a business on AWS. Thank you. Thank you. I will share the slides certainly with all of you. Guys, you can afford one or two or three or maybe a couple of wrong answers as well. So don't worry. You just need to reattempt as well and have a look. Okay. Pretty much AWS does run the code in response to the events. Yes, it does. Okay, guys, I'm here. If in case you have any question, please do let me know. Lambda helps you to do what? I think it doesn't help you to stream data in the cloud, and it doesn't contain EC2 instances as an answer, if in case that's a question. So Lambda, as we remember, was for you to run code in response to the events, and you need not to provision and manage any of the server or manage the compute infrastructure. Lambda would do it for you. So yeah, that's the one thing I would like to share with you. So to have a determined IOPS, if you remember, there are two types of EBS volume. One is SSD, which will give you the provision IOPS, which will determine on the IO. So SSD provision IOPS will help you with that, not HDD one. That is throughput. DynamoDB, there are two types of databases, if we remember. So SQL and NoSQL. For the SQL one, which is a relational databases, are RDS, and non-relational one is NoSQL. So DynamoDB was our offering onto the NoSQL, which supports documents and as well as supports key value pair. So yeah, it's NoSQL DynamoDB is there. Amazing stuff. Everyone who has cleared their assessment, really appreciated your attention, your collaboration, your questions being asked all over the day, and also my team who has helped all of us getting the answers. So I appreciate your efforts. Yeah. So thank you those who are sending the messages like they have cleared the exam or the assessment. Please raise your hand in the panel so I can keep a track of it, and I will also following and sending you the content as well. So if in case I miss out someone because of XY reason, somehow your mail sometimes jumps because of the firewall or anything, any reason, or might be a typo in the name, I want you to excuse me on that and write me by the tomorrow evening on this, and let me know, Bhavesh, you have missed to send us or send me specifically the information. So this would be my email address. I am sending to all of you on one of the answers. So pass the assessment. So guys, feel free to catch hold me onto this for your if in case material is not sent to you. Yeah. However, sometimes I just want to apologize because of high strengths right now we are covering. As you know, today we had around close to 300 people in the session. And if there is some time in my replies back to you, so please pardon me on that. So I'll try to keep a pace of writing the emails back to you. But if in case it does take time, something happens, please excuse me on that. However, I will make sure the content is being sent to you as soon as possible. So for running the dynamic websites, it is important to run onto the EC2 instance. Where do you run the websites? Is onto the compute, onto the EC2 instances, right? So for the static one, you would run onto the S3. So yeah, that would be the answer for one of the, if in case there is such question you find. Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to also mention, if in case you have any questions regarding to the architecting or any technical explanation further, or yeah, so if there is something you want to get in contact with from the AWS side, you are looking for a single point of contact. So there is partner managers are associated with all of the accounts. So like for registered and select tier, you will have a PDR, which is a partner development representative. So you can find that person in your uh, partner central. Yeah, so if in case you are not able to find that person, if you are a registered partner, you can write me an email. I can find it for you and send back which is the who is the right contact for you if you have any queries. So if for the advanced and part and premier tier, there is a partner manager dedicated to you which can help you. So there is no limit to the attempts you have, so you can go ahead and appear for this assessment as many times as you want. And thank you all of you who have cleared the assessment. You can certainly go to your transcript and you can find your certification in there. So you will go to your since you are logged in, you can see on the right corner there is a transcript. Go to the transcript and go to the archived section, wherein in the archived you will see the completion certificate. You can certainly get this certificate or as a assessment outcome of accurate as a PDF while saving it. Yeah, you can do the control P and save it. uh, the certification will pop out. Many of you have answered saying that you have passed your exam. I'm really delighted knowing that. Please raise your hand so I can count. I can understand the audience is. Oh wow. Now the list is increasing. Thank you, all of you. Please raise your hand so I can keep a track of it. So, all of you who have done it. Amazing, amazing, Dhruvo. I have just learned that you have passed the uh, assessment. Some congratulations, all of you, for going through this. I hope that meanwhile I was sharing the details was informative for you to clear this assessment. Completion certificate you can find in your transcript. So in your partner central, on your right side, you can see there is a oh, how would I see it? Okay, you can see my screen, guys. So can I log into mine? Let me try to log in. Okay, in your transcript, you can go to this archived, and therefore any, yeah, so you can see the completion certificate. So you can you can get your certificate here, and you can also evaluate the session you have joined. By the way, this evaluation will come once this current session which we are right now in, I will mark you as an attendee, so you can evaluate the way it is being delivered, so we can improve as well. However, so you can go here and check your certificate completion here. How? In my account, transcript, this will bring you to this archive, and then you can get it. Hey, Abhay, congratulations for completing the assessment. Glad to learn. Please raise your hand. Guys, if you want to connect with me on a social, since all we are social beings, so I'm available on LinkedIn with the name of Parvesh Chopra, so would love to catch you there. Thank you, Vinod, for your generous words. I'm actually by the end of today's session or any session, I when I get such feedbacks, I really appreciate uh, learning that you have got something out of this today. So, anything else, Parish? Not getting it. Anything else need to be done? So, if in case you guys have cleared the exam and you can rest for the day, so no worries. I'm here supporting to others. If in case there is any question, I will stick for some more time and help you. So, yeah, guys. So there are some sessions which are delivered by our solution architect, partner solution architect, wherein we also showcase some of the demos like we are going to conduct this week, one of them as well. So you can join. Those are very specific on the technology as well, like on migration, like of architecting and many other topics. So if in case you find them, uh, you can find them valuable for you, please join them. So I was not getting the certificate under transcript. So once you go into the transcript, then you go into the archived. So if you have completed your certification, this digital one you shall find in here. So like I have done it a couple of weeks before, maybe. I will see my certificate here, machine learning practical one. Yeah, so that's how it is, should be. So upcoming session you can find basically it is these sessions are being overwhelmed response. So uh, if in case it does take time to review and give you the uh, archive is showing 0. Oh, that's surprising. Please refresh, it should be there. Wow, Kazi, it's a good job done. You have cleared with the close to 90%. Amazing. Certificate shall reflect in there. However, after this session is done, you will get a certificate of completion of attendance as well. So let this session finish as well. You might try to check it by tonight. So I'm saying that usually I do the attendance as soon as possible. Since we have changed the platform, you might have received the email as well. Because of overwhelming response, we are conducting on a new platform, so it does take quite a while for me to mark you as an attendee. Amazing, Ramakrishna. Completed the assessment, received the completion email. So even you are receiving the emails. That's amazing. So great job, guys. So guys who have done the certification can take off from the session as well. Feel free to take rest. So, which is a better certification to do first? Solution architect, associate, or cloud practitioner? For starters, with no knowledge of AWS, right answer would be from my side would be cloud practitioner. So, it's my personal opinion because that's how I started with the cloud practitioner. If you had no knowledge, uh, jump on to the cloud practitioner funds first, then you can go for the solution architect associate. And there was another question onto the business side somewhere. Let me just see that. Did I miss that one? What is the what are the best practices, the business challenges when we meet customers? So Harish, this is a very open-ended question, I would say, because if in case the customer you are going to meet, you are going to okay. So I will just repeat the question for everyone. What are the best practices, the business challenges when we meet customers? So can be if in case customer is going to migrate and first need to share with them the advantage of the cloud, and specifically rather than focusing on the advantages, focus on the customer challenges. Yeah. So then map those challenges with what AWS will help you with. If they have challenges with the operating into the AWS, or maybe onto the DevOps side, so you can use the code pipeline for for write the code, test and deploy. So yeah, depends upon the customer challenges, what they are facing. If there is challenges of maintaining the data center, one of the customer very specifically moved to the AWS because they had a leak into their data center, so the roof leak in their terrace. So they were going to maintain it. It is going to be a huge cost for them, maintaining, managing everything. So they started with finding how much it is going to be going to cost them to move to the AWS. So can be, it's about working backwards, understanding what are the customer challenges. Then you map those challenges with what AWS does offer. That would I say. If in case you are meeting a customer who has big data problems, you can look at the EMR. You can have a look on the Kinesis, how those are going to help you to save the cost, save the time, productivity, make you agile, make you faster, performant. So it tracks back to the customer challenges. So best practices, I would say, to understand the our offerings, AWS offerings, and then map with the customer's challenges. Yeah. Hoping that would be helpful. So how does code pipeline? Code pipeline is for you to write the code, for you to test and deploy. Build, test, and deploy should be the task for this. And code deploy is not used for the private Git. And those who have cleared their exams, please raise your hands. So to run your dynamic websites, you need EC2 instances, not S3. S3 is for the static one. Oh, amazing. Thank you for your generous feedback, Mr. Dwivedi. So I'm happy to learn that. I'm trying to, as I'm learning with you as well, I try to make training as, sessions as easy as it could be, to put myself into the your shoe, so I can understand we are starting with it. How would be easier for all of us to understand. Okay. So guys, if once you will have email received from my side for joining this session, completing those session, you will have an option to give a feedback. Just let me know what was good, what should be improved. I will be glad to know that. So certificate might take some time. Let's refresh that. If in case not, I will mark you as attendee. You will have the completion certificate for today's session as well. That will be in your archive very soon. I'm hoping I have not missed any of your questions. Challenges, dynamic site. Yeah. List of training. So you can see my screen right now. The list of trainings are there. What is upcoming? training. I am sending you here. You can get the list of upcoming training. Vikas, I have not yet sent any of the email yet. I am right now conducting session, so I'm speaking as I am speaking with you. I have not written an email to you, so let me finish today. Then you will receive email. So give me some time, guys. Yep. What is the difference between Terraform and CloudFormation? CFT. I'm hoping you asked about the CloudFormation only template. So not I have explored Terraform to be very honest, but I have specifically seen the CloudFormation where you can get the designer for it. You are working onto the AWS platform, right? So for the AWS platform, you need all of the services be helpful for the resource management. So there is a very nice designer CloudFormation has for the specifically for the AWS resources. So you can drag like you drag the EC2 instance and or maybe take a example of you drag the elastic load balancer as an image and throw on to the designer. So it's a designer would help you to write the script for you. So it will write the script, then you can add it, you can change the name, and yeah. So as you have worked on to this, yeah, I think you can tell the right difference between the Terraform and CloudFormation. So it's a very important. So you're just starting to learn about AWS. This session is very informative. Thank you. Well presented. I'm glad to know that. Easy to follow. I'm happy, and more than happy is knowing that you have achieved 97%. Amazing job, guys. Really, really appreciate it. Your feedbacks, your outcome you are getting. Thank you very much. Amazing, Siva, for clearing the assessment. Thank you. Very glad to learn that. And guys, I have. So if in case you have scored lesser than 80%, no worries. You can take it again. Uh, I think we can go until 4 o'clock. If in case any question is there, you can let me know. Else, you can do it at your leisure as well. I will be waiting for you to let me know once you have done it. I will be very glad to learn that. I'm going to take a break for 2 minutes. It's been a little while I've been speaking. My throat is now saying, Pravesh, take a moment. So I'll be back in a minute or two. Meanwhile, just let me know if you have any question. We will go until 4 o'clock and help you with that. Amazing, Neha, for clearing it within 97%. Amazing. So I'm very happy to learn that you found this training very uh, informative. So that's what keep me boosted, so I can go all the week training, doing the training. Thank you very much, and I will certainly share the presentation with all of you. Okay, guys. So we got around how many? 19 minutes? No, it's 18 minutes around. I will be here until 4 o'clock, waiting for you if you have any questions, and we'll try to take them. So I'm on mute, and if in case any question, just let me know. And those who have cleared can drop off. Feel free to drop off who have cleared the assessments and maybe having any meeting and want to get this assessment done later point. Feel free to guys do it. Some on to that for you. That would you need to check uh, with your partner manager if there is a specific credits or account anything available for you for yeah. So that need to be checked internally. You can check with your alliance lead What's the procedure onto that? No worries. All those who have not been able to succeed in the first attempt, you can try another attempt. Don't worry. Okay, I'm on a 2 minutes silence on a break, giving a rest to my throat, and then we'll be back. And thank you, Mohan, for for sharing your feedback. Amazing job done. Service, okay, auto scaling is the service we use to increase or decrease the compute capacity. Amazing, Vinay. So feel free to. I'm hoping I have not put on my webcam, did I? Oh, I did somehow mistakenly. However, luckily, it's not open because in the. Oh, stop sharing. How do I do that? Yeah. So as in the quarantine mode, we all have long beard mustache. Okay, guys. So I'm on the hold, waiting for your answers. Good job, Vinay. Congratulations. Is this course for the partner resource? Can others register to AWS and go through the course and assessment? This is for specifically for the partners. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for joining in. And I really loved your support as well. And my team been very helpful today, helping you to get all of your questions answered. I am very thankful to them and thankful to you guys as well for joining in, putting good questions, helping us improving. Okay, okay. Let me see if there is any question. Somehow my there is a question. I will take that very soon. However, my laptop is little hanged. Hoping you can hear me. I'm still waiting my device to respond back. Hopefully, you are going through your assessment part. Good. Okay, now I'm back. So there is not able to see complete certification in transcript. You will. Don't worry. Nice one. Thank you for your session. Logging off. Bye bye. We'll catch you. Thank you for joining in. I'm really glad you came. Where I can see my certification. You can see in your transcript in your archived. If in case not seen there, you will see that soon. I will also mark you as attendee. Training was informative, amazing. Thank you for these feedbacks. Once you will receive an email from auto generated, you can also feedback me in there if you want anything to be improved, you liked, you disliked anything. Route 53 benefits. There are many. It was night session. Thank you. You have already left. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I am waiting. And if there is any other question, Rama, I'm sorry to disappoint you. We will not have the recording for this session. Yeah, so we will send you the deck actually. And Pooja, you will get the certificate in your transcript. You should be able to see that in your transcript. In your account, you go to the your account transcript. In your archive, should be there. Let me see if I can share this link with you. I have not attended the test. Can I do it again? Yes, if in case you have not attended the test yet, you can do it certainly. Don't worry about it. You can attempt it at many times as you want, whenever you want. Share within your team as well if in case they can get through the online course and get cleared it themselves. No worries, they can do it. And here you go. You can use this link. I am having a problem in assessment, Manoj. If in case there is any problem with the assessment, access, uh, not sure what's that, but if in case you can get it rectified by relogging, just try it. And guys, I'm personally sharing that if in case you have started your journey today and you are excited about AWS and cloud and all together, I will highly recommend you to go through the assessments, target further for the certification, which will help you to boost your knowledge and prepare for you the cloud journey altogether and your enterprises as well, obviously for your customer too. So yeah, it's a very good space to be in. Yeah. Thank you, those who have done the certification. We are here for next 7 minutes. If in case you encountered the error while logging in that you cannot find the training you're looking for, on your right side there is an option to sign in. You need to sign into that. So sign in, and if in case after signing in you get any a similar error, just refresh the page. Sign in using your partner ID. Hey, good. Congratulations for clearing the test, Mr. Yogesh. Glad to learn that. And yeah, your attendance, I will add you as well. Please raise your hand. That too, I will make sure. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much joining in. I want you to have a complete rest now. Take rest, and yeah. So if in case you have a meeting, join that. And all in short, have a good day ahead, and rest of the week. Take care, and stay healthy. Yeah, mate. Thank you for sharing. You have cleared the exam. Yes, Lokesh. If in case you have something urgent, hop on to next meeting. You can cancel later. Don't worry about that. So if in case you think you can do it at later stage, you can get it done at later stage as well. I'm here standing by you get all of your questions answered. Will I get any completion certificates? Yes, you will. It should be in your archived. If in case not there, I will be adding you to this session, and you can yeah, I will mark you as attendee. You will have the completion certificate video. Thank you for your wonderful session. Thank you for your wonderful attendance today. And you must have learned something new. And good to meet you. Thank you. So 4 minutes to go, then we will sign off for the day, and you can get your assessment done at your disposal. If in case something critical challenge is there, you can let me know. And uh, and and another thing is to mention about, if I will send you the content, and if in case that's not been sent to you by tomorrow evening, however, I will do at my level best to send it as soon as possible. If in case that's not been done, make sure I will do it earliest possible. I will make sure. Okay, so there is some question onto the assess services to control access. I think we all know now identity and access management. IAM is to access the control. If that's the question, is that? Okay, guys, last 2 minutes for today with me. So just let me know if you have any last questions. If in case not, I'll take this opportunity to thank you all for joining in, and you can do this assessment at your disposal anytime, at your leisure. I would highly encourage to do it right now today, because it's the warm data right now. So you might have a right picture in the mind what the